Is it working now? Oh man, okay. Yes, okay. Already calling me out as lying. Yeah, I can't believe I'm doing this either. Oh, let's see who is in here. Just checking live chat. Let's see. Oh! Hey, Miro. Hey, Ben. How's it going? I think, Miro, you were playing, oh, what was that game? I recognized one of the screenshots. I haven't seen all the endings, so I didn't click on the spoiler, but so much for rest. Yeah, I know. I keep doing it to myself, but I kind of want to keep Tuesday free for some other family shit, so you know how it is. You know how it is. I committed. The Stanley Parable. Yeah, there you go. I think I own it. What did I just do? Guys, I am so out of my gourd. It's unbelievable. I have been really struggling this week. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why. It could be a vitamin imbalance. It could be hormones. It could be the heat finally has gotten to me. It could be the fact that I have 36 things to do and I feel very lackluster. And it makes me more irate. My tolerance for certain things kind of hits rock bottom and then probably goes below into like sub-zero stratosphere. That's not even a thing. Stratosphere is in the sky. Oh, my Atlanta. I don't even know how my sister's doing it. She's socializing more than me. I have no idea. 36 things to do and 36 degrees Celsius. Yeah. Mostly doing Stardew Valley of late. Oh, that sounds fun, Miro. Might I recommend, if you have coin to spare, Fantasy Life I. I'm kidding. Let's see. Who else is coming in here? Hey, Epic. Oh, Simp is in here. Hello, Simp. Epic is looking from side to side. Okay, so here's the deal, everyone. I'm going to react to a Bellular video. We might look at another video about writing from Chris Metzen. And then I might play some World of Warcraft. We'll see. And it's going to be very boring. The World of Warcraft shit is going to be boring, I know, for some of you. So really, guys, if you have something else that you want to do, don't feel ashamed that you have to go. But it's been that kind of a week. I was really worried about whether I could handle, because today I had 3 socializing things, and as some of you might know, I struggle with, I don't know if I'm autistic or something, but anyway, when I get socialized out, things get scary, as everyone knows. So we're gonna see how this goes. We're gonna see how it goes. Oh, look who decided to stream today. Yeah, against my better judgment, perhaps. Chieko's recruiting again. Yeah, Fantasy Life, guys. It's yeah, I can technically purchase that game, but I got an itch to try a racing game. Ooh, I heard that the Sonic All-Stars racing is fun, at least. Heard maybe some people saying it was, you know, great for those who love Sonic and racing. How is everyone in chat? How is Miro and Ben and Epic and Simp? How is everybody? I know Simp is doing writing, apparently grammar, and reading, and coding. So I know Simp is probably, like, crushed by the weight of his work. Ben is coming out of a tough week. I know that. But he's entering a happy week. How about Jonathan and Leo? How's your work? There's a new 70 puck game coming out in September. Okay. Yeah, save up your... I'm bored, hot, and rained in. Ugh, that sounds really shitty, Miro. Jonathan said, I've just 100%ed Night Rain. Congratulations. I think I'm ready to move on from that game. Wow. 100%ed it. That is crazy. That is crazy. You got to prepare your body, Jonathan. In August, you get a new PvP season with whole new ranks to stress over. Do you have to look to too many people dead in the windows of their souls? No, I think toward the end, like for the afternoon hangout, I disappeared like 4 times from the family group and I had to go sit by myself in the living room and watch Discord. It just got a little... Let's just say somebody had a great idea to give all of my nieces and nephews, my one niece and all of my nephews, kazoos. Yeah. Yeah. And you know, all of my life, I thought that I was fairly removed from this world, but I'm beginning to realize I'm more sensitive to sound than I thought I was, and yeah, it's just, yeah. Were you homeschooled? Was looking at autism. Apparently it's impossible to tell if a homeschooled person is autistic or not. Yeah. Yeah, I was homeschooled from grade 1 to grade 12. I was homeschooled, yes. Now, all of my brothers and sisters, not autistic. Some of them, actual extroverts, outgoing people, social butterflies, networkers. I had one brother who would go window shopping with his girlfriend. So not all of my siblings are like, you know, social, like are socially struggling. But my father was anxious when he was growing up, and there are certain things that happened as I was growing up that might have messed with me a bit. Let's just say that. Work is slow due to temperature plummeting too quickly. It was actually strange. One day it was sunny and nice, and the next day it was just full-blown winter. That's so weird, Leo, because it felt like that for me, just, you know, the reverse. That is really wild. I feel like Leo said that he works outside. Am I wrong, Leo? Yeah, getting an autism test would be difficult for me because I didn't go to school. I did go to 1 year of high school, so I could go and ask some of my teachers. But honestly, because I'm a female, I mask quite well, usually. So it's also harder to tell with women because women are socially expected to perform a certain way, so yeah. Love shyness. Love shyness. Okay, I'm gonna look it up just out of curiosity. .5% involves man-woman relationships. is a hyponym of inceldom and a specific type of sometimes severe chronic shyness that impairs or prevents intimate relationships. I don't want to make people uncomfortable on stream, simp. But let's just say something happened to me when I was a child that fucked me up. Involved men. It wasn't physically damaging, but it was enough to traumatize me. And then my parents told me that they caught an Arab woman with me in some kind of a position as well. I don't know. I blocked that out. I have no memory of that. So I was probably, at least on 3 occasions, messed around with by certain individuals who were predators, both male and female. That's all I'm going to say on that matter. So I think my personality combined with my experience has flattened me. And it is possible that I have like a form of like a schizoid personality disorder. But let's just say there are very few things in life that I'm hardcore about, but one thing I'm hardcore about is PDFs for a reason. I'm sorry if that makes anyone here uncomfortable to talk about that. And I don't want to be like a sob fest. I don't want to say like it was this massive thing. But I think when you realize that certain adults in your life betrayed your trust and involved you in something, even if it wasn't painful, it wasn't particularly intrusive, but when you realize that, I think it really damages your ability to manage your emotions. I think certain personality types like myself, who are already disinterested in forming relationships, then struggle to want to form relationships. That being said, I have fallen in love before. I could fall in love again, possibly. It's just that I have less of a social internal clock that tells me it's okay to do something or it's not okay to do something. And that could be autism, that could be like a schizoid personality disorder. It could be just the way I was born. But it does mean that sometimes I come off as really intense, and I know that. I do my best not to be too intense. At the same point in time, even though I sometimes am intense, I still don't always think I'm wrong. I just vocalize it the wrong way. And that's why I really focus on how people share their feelings or their ideas or their thoughts. I'm not against people coming out and saying, hey, I believe in this, or hey, I believe in that. But it's how they communicate it and how they it's how they share their ideas that really can bother me. And I recognize that I struggle with communicating correctly as well, right? Because I'm someone who struggles with getting too intense about certain things, if that makes sense. pdffiles.exec, yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry about that, guys. Don't know why. Anyway, yeah. So it could be I'm autistic. It could be. Or I could have another disorder that's linked to my experiences. And to be honest, I think my mother homeschooling me saved me from a world of pain, because I was bullied at church by girls who were really, really terrible people. I think if I went to an average school like everyone else, I would have been damaged like my father. Church bully girls are the worst. Absolutely, Shay. You know it. I know it. Everyone knows it. Yeah. Especially there was let's just say like I was really poor, so I had to wear secondhand clothing that was often like for old women, because I was physically extremely tall for my age. Like I was like a little giant. And the girls went after me for the stuff that I wore. So there was like there was a class difference, I think, as well, between the rich girls and the poor one. So it was just, yeah. I'm very thankful to, even though it wasn't always perfect, I'm very thankful that I was homeschooled. I think I was spared what happened to my dad, because I think my dad as well suffered from something quite severe, and he never finished high school because of that severe social anxiety that paralyzed him to the point where he couldn't continue his studies. So yeah, it's probably genetic, a little bit of genetics, a little bit of personality, a little bit of experience. You mix it together and you get me, which is quite unique. I don't want to get everyone depressed and think, oh, Chieko has a terrible life. I don't. I have wonderful friends. I have amazing guy friends. You know, the past couple of years, I was able to meet Ben and Wooly and Leo and Simp and Epic and Miro, Jonathan, all of you guys, all of you bros. Where's Sim? Don't know if Sim is here. Met Sim. Sweet guy. You know, you might have been more normal if you went to school? No. 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 I would not have, because I would have gone to, the local school that I would have gone to would have destroyed my English. You have to remember that I lived overseas for 4 years, Simp, as a kid. The school that I was attending in Jordan wasn't providing me enough academic background, so I was starting to lose my ability to write. The homeschool slander is real tonight. Simp is a UK person. He doesn't get it. He says what other people say, you know. Now, I'm not saying all homeschoolers are great. Not saying all homeschoolers are great. But the option for schooling in Jordan would not have made me normal. Homeschool subreddit. I wouldn't know about the homeschool subreddit. But I grew up as a homeschooler. And I don't regret it. And if I was a mom, if I had children, I would homeschool. And I would be an amazing homeschool mom. Yeah, that's just typical rhetoric, Simp. Yeah. And once again, I totally get it. You probably haven't met a lot of, like, homeschoolers. Yeah, there are weird homeschoolers. I met one homeschooling girl who had a super huge imagination and had an invisible friend. And then there was this other homeschooler who was extremely pro-social, very social girl. Her mom was into the arts. I think she went full libtard. There were these two other homeschooling kids, both of them completely normal. One of them ended up being like a paramedic. Normal people. Right? You get your weird ones. There was the Seventh-day Adventist ones who were vegans or vegetarians. But even they probably turned out, like, fairly normal. Not worse than the rest of society. Yeah, I wouldn't... Homeschooling is up and down depending on the mom. I've seen some bad mom homeschoolers, and I've seen some good mom homeschoolers. I think unschooling is not good. I will say that. I'm not a proponent for unschooling. I think unschooling is a wreck. And there's a difference between secular homeschoolers and religious homeschoolers. There's that too. There's that as well. But, yeah. My parents chose to go overseas for a variety of reasons for 4 years. And while they were there, they realized my English was in trouble. I stopped being able to read and write well. So they had to pull me out for my good and homeschool me. If I had been left in that school, I would have been in severe trouble if I had gone back to Canada. Yeah. Yeah. And once again, homeschooling, not perfect all the time. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying for me, it was good. And I'm very, very grateful to my mother. It made me different. It made me special in terms of being able to step outside the regular group. It gave me a different perspective on society. And it taught me to stand for what I believe and not just follow the crowd and be a parrot. My mother always told us, just because everyone's doing it, we're not doing it, right? We're only going to do it if it's the right thing, if it's something we should be doing. And I used that on her. She didn't like that. I applied that philosophy to a lot of things, and it stood me in good, it's done very well for me. Because it is very easy for a secular, public schooled person to look in and be like, oh, that's, yada, yada. But they themselves are just parroting, what they've been told. They don't know what those experiences were. So I'm very, very grateful that my mom raised me the way she did, but I recognize my mom was special. My mom was a special person, and not all homeschoolers had a mom like my mom. But yeah, and also my own personality is naturally more skeptical, but being homeschooled encouraged that a lot. So I'm very, very grateful. Yeah. But yeah, I don't think homeschooling would have saved me from the childhood it feels ridiculous calling it trauma, but it wouldn't have done anything. I'm gonna be honest. Howdy, partner. Hey, Wooly. How's it going? We're just chatting a little bit before we get into Bellular's video. We have Simp here making some blanket statements about homeschooling. But as I pointed out to Nraken, he's European. Europeans have a whole other thing. So they don't quite get it. But anyway, moving on. Oh yeah, Simp thinks that I should take an autism test. And I mean, I could be autistic, but I was just trying to explain, like, my life experiences are such that it would complicate things radically. Like, I would have to talk about a whole bunch of things with my doctor. And there could be, like, a differential diagnosis that has some links to autism, but is not entirely autistic. But either way, whether I am or I'm not, I am me. And I feel like that is okay. I should not have to apologize for my personhood unless I'm being, like, completely crazy. Yeah. Anyway, even if you're diagnosed with autism, so what? Yeah, I don't know, Wooly. I don't know. Like, what would I do? How would that change anything? Right? Hot take. Everyone is on every spectrum somewhere. Hey, you know what, Shay? I think sometimes as well, like, we go through cycles in our life where we're kind of going through crazy moments and things just are worse. But then we can come out of that kind of dark tunnel. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. Just a bit of crazy. Yeah. And you heal over time. You heal and you become a certain type of person with your own personal point of view. As long as you're not being like extremely rude to people and aren't taking, you know, advantage of etiquette in a, you know, narcissistic or really crazy way, that's fine. Right? But I will admit I have zero tolerance for what I view as being I dislike people making assumptions. I think most chat knows this. I have zero tolerance for people making assumptions, and I have zero tolerance for people telling me how I should feel about something. And that last part is probably one of the strongest indicators towards some kind of thing. Because I do not react well if people try to pressure me into feeling a certain way about something, or telling me I should enjoy this because XYZ, you know. Yeah. There's some things I have little patience for. I think that's one of them. Assumptions, generalizations, double standards, inconsistencies. What else? Assumptions, inconsistencies, and maybe like hardcore assertions. You should feel X about Y. But I'm dead inside. I feel nothing. I mean, like, if you ask me, like if you ask me, like, do you feel something? Oftentimes the answer is no. Oftentimes the answer is no. But I can feel irritated. I can get irritated. That's for sure. Especially at certain points of time. I will feel irritated. But anyway, people are not here to talk about feelings. Not really. We're going to be, as promised on this thumbnail, you are warned, we're going to be doing World of Warcraft today. We're going to look on at this Bellular's Warcraft. I played WoW on a fresh account. It was hell. We gotta first talk about the fact that they chose is it a Tauren? Whatever. Why? Well, maybe it's a good questing zone. I don't know. So we're gonna watch this, and then afterwards, maybe we'll see if I'll play some. I'm in the Stranglehold zone now. Could play some of that, or might just log off and chillax. So we'll see. Stranglethorn Vale. There you go. There you go. Look at that. The WoW people of the hour. Yeah. Tauren are pretty chill. Well, they were back in my day. Yeah. Well, we're gonna find out. It's 18 minutes and 17 seconds long. I believe Shay said there was another video she recommended that was this, probably right here. Yeah. But I don't know how long. Oh, it's only 25 minutes long, so we might watch that. We might watch that as well. But let's just say that right now at the moment, okay, can we say from the WoW people, can we say that right now the writing is disappointing people? And it's really tough because a lot of people, I think, hoped that the return of Metzen would help ameliorate some of the issues within the writing. And that does not seem to be the case. And Metzen himself basically said that when he returned, he discovered that the paradigm at the company was different and everything was more democratized. Now, let's first do a couple polls. Democratized writing. Yeah. Okay, so let's first do a couple polls here. So we're going to start a poll, and the poll is going to ask for those who played WoW. Okay, so we're going to first poll people about their first instance of playing the game. Was it fulfilling narrative-wise? Okay, so if you played WoW, please share your feelings here about whether you felt that when you first played the game, whenever it was, whatever year it was in, did you feel like, wow, this story is interesting, it's going places? A mage is it a mage just like me, Dick? It doesn't look like me. I don't have balls of fire over my head. Maybe that's because he went fire route. I think Asmund referenced it in his video, democratized writing. Yeah, it was democratized writing. This might be what Metzen managed to salvage. It sounds though, Wooly, that he's saddled with something. I gotta take the dogs out right now. Might be 5 minutes. Okay. But next is expansion. Just because you did 1/3 expansion of the new saga doesn't mean we're actually in the new saga, because dev time means his influence only starts around now. Maybe. Okay, that's a fair take. It might take a little while for his impact to be felt, but even he sounded like it's not going to be as simple as him coming back and just like top down telling people what to do. I yapped about this on Discord when she promoted us. Vanilla was a treasure trove after. Oh yes, I remember, Wooly. You were saying that you were playing with, I believe, your brother, and you had a time of your life. Yeah, I recall Wooly saying he shared the computer with a friend. Okay, so let's see how many people we got in here. We got 3 WoW players who voted and said that the first time that they played the game, they had a fulfilling time, narratively speaking. They had a blast, setting aside the gameplay and all the systems. They had a blast with the narrative. And it seems like a lot of people have told me this, that the original stuff was like metal and cool and interesting and compelling. And I can see an aspect of it even as I play the early zones. There's an aspect of it that was pretty cool. But I still think that the execution falls a bit flat for me, and we'll talk about that at some point. But yeah, Vanilla was good narrative wise for the time. Isn't that nostalgia about Vanilla? I don't know about nostalgia about Vanilla, Simp, because I didn't play Vanilla. Immersive, it felt very alive. It's like trying to objectively rate Zelda Ocarina of Time when it's your first game. Yeah, but it's not my first game. So it's also been 20 years, so it's hard to remember exactly. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. All I'm asking is, did you have a good time? I didn't say, is the writing good? Did you notice? Did Sim actually read the question carefully? Did I say that it was good writing? I said, was it fulfilling? Not good. Fulfilling. I chose that word on purpose, FYI. Oh, we got 4 votes in here with 1 vote now saying no. I wonder who that is. Is someone going to come out and say why they voted no? Please do come out and say why they voted no. It's very interesting. But I'm not a vanilla player, so I'm coming in kind of fresh behind the times, and there's some stuff I liked it, but we're a huge story step up. Okay. Blood Elf. I had a very fulfilling time, but acknowledge that Blood Elves and Draenei were a huge story step up from vanilla starting experiences. Remember one of my Yu-Gi-Oh! Teammates quit due to WoW addiction. Oh. Oh, WoW must be earning Blizzard millions a year. It's hard to tell where the money is going to. That's another fair question, Simp. That's a good question. Is it actually going into better staff? That's a very good question. I mean, we got to ask that question. Yeah, but fulfilling what? I was elaborating on that. Someone might require epic events unfolding. What was the next word after the word fulfilling? Deck? Narrative. This is a completely subjective question. This is just a gut answer question. Don't overthink it here, okay? I'm just asking, did you enjoy the story? The outsourced staff in the credits list for War Within is massive. I noticed about an hour ago. Oh. Interesting. I will say that it's interesting to me. Simp, did you ever work in a game develop company? Scared of WoW addiction too. I avoided it 20 years ago due to that and instead got addicted to LOL, which sort of destroyed my uni grades. Oh no! Out of the frying pan, into the fire. It is what it is, Simp. It is what it is. Yeah, just go with like your basic answer. You know what I'm saying, Simp? Sim, not Simp. Sim. You know, you just go with, did you enjoy the story? That's basically what I'm asking. Did you find it fulfilling narrative wise? No, game dev pays too little. Fair. I was just curious. I'll reach out to Johnny at some point. We have someone in our Discord who actually worked as a game developer / I think he was actually a level designer for a company in Eastern Europe. And from the sounds of it, things can get fucky behind the scenes. That's all. Sim. Someone's muscling in on my territory of names that start with Sim. Yeah, you gotta go after Sim. Ben says, I remember him telling me you had to pay monthly to play it. I just laughed. And now here you are, Ben. Here you are. Okay, what time is it? Okay, I better get started. But before I press play, I just want to say to everyone, I have been actually working my way through the early zones of WoW retail. And not all of it has been terrible. Some of it has been very good. But there are parts of it that have significantly let me down. and it destroys immersion, and it basically kills investment. And I will at some point try to formulate my theories as to why I'm experiencing this. But I will say that I am trying to give it a fair shake, because I think there's nothing more annoying than people talking definitively about something that they don't know about anything about. I refuse to be a parrot. I'm going to figure it out for myself and see what's going on here myself. And I had some theories. I think some of you might have seen my original WoW video that kicked off this channel, more or less. I had 3 theories as to what's going on with WoW. Akalon reviewed it very kindly. And I decided that I can't just sit there and theorize about WoW. I have to go and experience it for myself and see what's going on. Because I got some people telling me it's the woke stuff. I got some people telling me, you know, it's this or that. It's the lore whole, you know, plot convenience. Some people telling me it's because they just follow the rule of cool. Some people telling me it's bad writing. You know, so many people having different opinions on how we got here. So I'm trying to play it through slowly. Because I don't have a ton of time, but I'm playing through it slowly in my spare time. I'm going to say that the free player account for WoW is absolute gutter, trash, garbage. Burn it with fire. Get it out of here. You should be ashamed of yourselves. I want to slap you in the mouth. But I like the music. I've enjoyed some of the zones. I think some of the stories are great. It's just I don't enjoy the gameplay. I'm going to come out and admit it. I don't find so far no class I've played has been interesting to me to play, and maybe there is a class that I'll love, but then I won't be able to play it as Drakthir, so I'm going to be fucked. So anyway, I'm going to try every class as Drakthir, and then out of sheer desperation, I'll try some other classes. But hopefully I will find one that I can play as a Drakthir, because Drakthir are the only ones I find to be moderately attractive to play. So that's another problem that I have. But FF14 has a better free trial by comparison. Yeah, FF14's free trial blows WoW right out of the water. It's disgusting. It's wild. It's wild to me. Now, is it perfect? No. Right? Are people going to feel the restrictions? Yes. But you can walk into FF14 and complete a huge chunk of the story for free. It's mind-blowing. Yeah. I'm not 16 and poor anymore. Smiley face. Yeah, you're working hard, so, you know, go you. Yeah. Ben, I think Ben's point is that he changed his mind because he realized, you know, now I'm an adult, I can pay for it. But at first he thought it was a bit nuts. Okay, so let's check this out. Let's see what they're going to say. I've run into some issues on the Fresh account. Let's see what issues they have. So I'm going to just turn this up. Let me know if it's too loud. If they ever add Drakthir Paladins or something. Yeah. Maybe I'll try a Warrior Drakthir next. All right, let's see what this is all about. Real quick.
Mage.
Okay, Shay, real quick. Shay says real quick, so we'll wait. What is it, Shay? There's little to enjoy gameplay-wise in WoW before reaching endgame. Everything he's about to talk about is after hitting 70. Okay. After hitting 70. Interesting. So he's not even talking about what the leveling experience is like for someone like me right now. Okay. Okay. So maybe... Not even a little bit. Not all. Not even a little. Okay. Okay. So we got to keep this in mind, guys. He is talking about after hitting level 70. Now, on my Drakthir, yeah, I'll go in later. I'll show you how I'm leveling it. Guys, don't look at my talent tree. You guys will probably be like awake at night after seeing what I've done. But yeah, let's just say like okay, you know what? Let's just play this. Let's just hear this. Let's just hear this. Okay. So, Shay wants us to remind us I'm a rainbow bright. I don't give a f. Smiley face. Okay. So this is very specific after hitting 70. So basically, I'm supposed to brace myself for this. Okay. Yeah.
This is Milk Genius. He's a Tauren mage, and he was born to suffer.
Let me know if it's too quiet.
Things did not quite go to plan. You see, his suffering actually started much earlier than we intended. So let me explain this whole thing. Milk Genius is the first character on a fresh account. Matt and our team is going to use him for some upcoming challenge runs of the game. But, well, challenge actually found him first. That's because just getting to level 80 was an absolute nightmare. Let me tell you, we were shocked to find out how bad WoW really is for new players. It is literally unplayable in ways that we did not expect, and I am not joking. Whenever people send me things, first impressions count. And that's where today's sponsor Squarespace can let you make that strong first impression so you actually get through to the people you want to get through to. And today, they're easier, faster, and less fictitious than anyone else, and that's all because of the new way that you build a site. And I'll walk you through it. So first, Blueprint guides you through making your own template.
While we turn this out.
This really is amazing. It helps you select what pages.
Okay, Squarespace, people, he's doing that. So we're just going to mute him a little bit here. What is the max level?
You can sell digital and physical products. There's courses, there's bookings for physical and digital, and there's even
what is max level? 80 right now? Okay. Okay. So he's going to gripe about hitting 70. Because that's the current content wall. Okay. Well, let's take it in stride. I'm going to be honest, everyone. I'm only a baby WoW player. I'm going to weigh in. I'm going to weigh in on what my experience has been, but skip the ad. We're almost done, actually, Bully. Okay.
Milk Genius had a normal time at first. Pleasant, even. Lots of people told him to do things like incinerate living creatures around the Dragon Isles, and he did so with a smile. His barrier was impenetrable. He blew up enemies in a few casts at most. Then something changed. As he leveled and mastered new spells, he actually got weaker. Pyroblast felt like tepid air blast. He might have done more damage blowing kisses than throwing fireballs. It felt ridiculous. And then enemies chunked him with every swing. And before poor Milk Genius knew what was happening, he found himself needing everything in his arsenal to survive. Burst, Time Warp, Ice Block, all just to take on the local wildlife. The same wildlife, the very same wildlife that he had just been exploding with a simple glance just a few hours before. Now, of course, as an experienced WoW player, you're probably familiar with slowing down as you level, but I promise you, you have not seen anything this bad. We have not seen anything this bad because we just hadn't done this in a while. And by now, it really is different. And this all made leveling a living nightmare. WoW felt like less of a well-designed video game. Fighting one mob without combustion was pointless. Pulling two at the same time meant certain death. It took every mage spell in the book to kill named NPCs, and usually in a few tries. This was not fun. It was somewhere between a pointless slog and just being insanely frustrating. And this is in the hands of a good player, someone with many years of experience. What do you think would happen to a new player? A new player who would die trying to 1v1 a regular mob, say a boar. They would probably quit the game. It's just hard to imagine anyone bothering with this. Even if they survived, getting weaker over time is kind of the opposite of what an RPG should be. There's essentially, in my view, no way they would stick with it. Not unless they had a whole bunch of friends boosting them and getting them towards the endgame. And the sad news for Milk Genius is it actually got worse before it got better.
Okay. So, he asks a good question. Okay. If an experienced player, like I think I'm going to guess that the person in the seat was probably Matt. Not sure. Could be someone else on his team, but he probably has like a team of people, right? So if these people are actual WoW people and know what they're doing and they're still having issues. Oh, Epic. Did you go away? Welcome back, Epic. We're just watching Bellular talk about leveling in WoW, and this appears to be leveling. He's focusing on leveling up to 80. He is touching a bit on the road to 70 and then focusing on 70 to 80. It's Matt? Yeah. Okay, so it sounds like it's Matt who was playing this. So from the sounds of it, Matt is a pretty good player. He should know what he's doing. But what if you have someone like me who walks in, who's a complete and utter trash fire? Now, you have to ask yourself, like, is it important that someone like Chieko know how to play this game without having to, like, go to a third-party website for information? And that's a good question. So let's see. Shay says, even veteran players have these moments every expansion. Well, that's, I think, what they just said. Blizzard wants you to play your class a certain way per expansion and tweaks things, so everyone has to figure out the tweaks. Yes, so it seems like he's saying here, we had these experienced players playing it. They had issues. How much more so would a newbie have that? Also gear, which you'll mention later. And there are certain ways to get to 70 and to 80 without knowing what to do still. But there are also ways to get there. Matt's playing the Taran. Yeah. Okay. So, I don't doubt that most regular players are going to struggle. But that should be part of the fun, right? Isn't that part of the fun for you guys? I mean, maybe it's not fun for you guys. Maybe it's really shitty and you guys are all done with it. But like, is it part of the fun of kind of like getting to know your new class and stuff? Right? But here's the thing. What if you have a new player like me, but even worse than me, has no WoW friends and who is going in completely blind? Are they going to be able to get through the game sufficiently? Where will they meet the wall? And that is a good question I would be interested in asking. But once again, due to how WoW scales, even if you play correctly, if your gear is lagging behind, it won't matter. You will get clobbered. Yeah, so you got to gear up properly. So you probably have to know how to gear up properly. And depends on how the gear bracket jumps per expansion. No WoW friends? Oh boy. Miro, I did not say I didn't have WoW friends. I said, what if you're a player who, unlike me, doesn't have WoW friends? So, anyway, continuing on. If I didn't have Shay and Deck, I'd be in severe crap. But I have specifically asked Shay and Sim not to give me too much advice. And I said as much in one of my recent videos. I said to WoW viewers not to give me tips because I want to see how far the game will give me what I need to know. Will it teach me what I need to know in order to play my class not great, not even maybe good, but at least well-ish? Yeah. I respect your choice, but it's not meant to be played alone. And this is where I think we run into a little bit of an issue, right, Shay? Because you are absolutely correct. An MMO is meant to be played with other people. Now, if I came into what I'm trying to simulate right now is me going into the MMO alone. And how does someone like myself who feels social anxiety talk in the newcomer chat and figure things out? Right? And so far, I have not talked in newcomer chat. And that's a me problem. And because of that, I have not yet entered a dungeon. And I'm a bit bummed about that. But once again, I'm doing it partially to myself. But on the other hand, some people feel very anxious when they go into an MMO, and especially when you hear about certain behaviors in dungeons, you kind of are like, do I want to talk to some of these people? Yeah. You don't need people to enter a dungeon, though. You just click the eyeball. Yes, but how would I know that? See, this is my whole thing, is that I might feel like, oh, I should ask for help as to how to even go about clicking on the eyeball. I blame society for these conundrums. But once again, Shay is touching on a really good thing here. Okay, I just want to scroll up to what Shay said here. Okay, listen here. It says, where did she say it? She says, I found myself saying this a lot in this video, at first not defensively, but wanting players to take responsibility for some things. And this is where I think the key thing is. When do you take responsibility for not being willing to pair up with someone? Right? Not being willing to say hello in newcomer chat. But at the same point in time, should you have to always go and be, you wouldn't? You should have been instructed to do that on Newbie Island, which you would have done once at the end of the ogre thing. Yeah, I did that like 2 or 3 years ago. But this time I chose the Drakthir, and then they were like, where do you want to go? And I think I just was like, choose my own, because I didn't want to do Dragonflight, so it just dropped me in Stormwind by Chromie. There's a newcomer chat. Yes, there is. There is. Yeah. So I can go into the newcomer chat and I can ask questions. So part of it's on me too, right? And this is why I'm not 100% shitting on WoW, but I do sometimes, let's just say the dungeon on the island thing from 2 or 3 years ago when I played it was confusing, and I basically did nothing. There were like 3 people doing alts and they ran ahead and did everything. So it wasn't really helpful. I barely understood what was going on. I think I got 2 hits on the final big dragon thing that landed on the island. But yeah, I was completely useless in the dungeon. Completely. Like if I was in that dungeon and Wooly was in the dungeon, he would have probably been like what's it called? Doing anathema or whatever. The Holy Cross. I was on a whole other level. What was I playing? Was I playing a hunter? I think I was playing a hunter, which isn't even as bad as what I'm playing right now. Holy shit. What I'm playing right now is something else. Oh man. Anyway. Veteran players have always grabbed new players, detected new players, helped new players, but less and less so. The more Blizz creates other ways to play, the less often this happens. Probably much less since Legion. That's interesting. So Shay's argument is that the way the game is created right now is not conducive to people cooperating. That's what it sounds like. Interesting. Okay, that's fair. I could see that. But there is a newcomer chat now. So maybe I will, during the stream, if I log in and play a little bit, I will try the newcomer chat and see what's up. Yeah. And this is another thing as well. I think Shay and I think Wooly talked about this also, and a few other people. Is that there is this weird juxtaposition, and Herman talked about the conundrum, and this is the conundrum. Okay, the conundrum is I want my MMO to be an MMO first, focusing on content that encourages grouping up, right? So that's position number 1. Position number 1. Okay. Position number 2. I just finished a long day of work and I wanna get this grind done. And if that stupid newbie fucks up one more time, he's getting kicked. Hashtag not my problem. A person may hold these 2 things at the same time. This is the problem, right? Because it's easy to say, oh, I want to group up with people. It's less easy for some people to say that. Because it's easy to say I want to group up with people at my skill level who know what they're doing. Right? But then there's this group here. This is another group of people. Or can a person hold both? What does chat think? What do we do about this problem? How do we bridge this gap between this should be a game about grouping up? I don't want to group up with someone who doesn't know what they're doing and is constantly making mistakes. How do we do this? Let's see if Shay has answered anything. I think what I came to at the conclusion of this video went on and responded to is that Blizz is using this as a crutch. Interesting. Okay. Is that Blizz is using this as a crutch. This. What is this? Can you explain what this is? Using this as a crutch, Shay? I'm genuinely curious here. Frost Mage felt good to me during the anniversary event. Yeah, I'm going arcane. So that might have been a mistake. But I'm just YOLOing at this point, guys. And to be honest, I've died a lot, but I figured out a few little techniques on my own. Am I complete shit? Probably. But is it my fault or is it the game's fault? I don't know. They are expecting the community to take care of it while simultaneously creating less need for community. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Wooly said an old player in a dungeon is looking to blitz through leveling alt number 7, not handhold a newbie. Yeah. So what do we do with that? And then Wooly says, not just grouping up, an MMO should require interaction to advance. Otherwise, why make it an online game? And you know what? I agree to a certain degree. I absolutely do agree to a certain degree. Like, for example, one time I was hanging out in a certain zone and someone had a minion. Now, I could have easily clicked on the minion and then I could have got the name. I could have gone to Google and I could have looked at how to get that minion. Instead, I went up to that player. I said, hey, excuse me, where did you get that minion from? And they said, oh my gosh, I got it from my retainer. They have an upper level retainer. I was like, oh, thank you very much. And I wandered off. And the person chased after me and said, hey, by the way, my retainer just gave me a second one. Would you like it? And I offered them money and they were like, no, you can just have it. So I got this minion. All because I wasn't afraid to ask a question of the community. So I am 100% agreement with Wooly, where an MMO, the point of an MMO is to get you to talk with people. But at the same point in time, Wooly is suggesting that if you are doing your 7th alt, are you really going to have the time, especially if you're a man with not a lot of time on your hands, okay? Let's say you only have a couple hours. I think Wooly touched on this earlier as well with another game. What are we going to do with this conundrum here? We shit out the second group because they didn't exist before Legion. Blizz brought them in with Mythic Plus. We never had them before, but now they're here, right? So what do we do with them? The second group was always prevalent, says Miro, during my gameplay experience when I was subbed. Okay, so they didn't exist. They now exist. What do we do? And Blizz is using the MMO nature as a crutch. Guild Wars 2 world events kind of solve that. The world scales to each player's gear in regards to output. So as long as they achieve a minimum, they are helping. Interesting. I mean, I liked Guild Wars 2 when I played it. I think the story execution is a little bit lacking. Just a tad. Just a tad. When I used to do pickup groups in DDO, we used to post in the grouping panel, newbies welcome. Yes, we did. We have that in Final Fantasy 14. I'm sure WoW has that as well. I'm sure because Shay exists. We know that Shay would help anyone out. The veteran players who have always helped out new players. Yeah, see, there's always... optimizers will be mostly in group 2. To them, WoW is not the world or journey through it, but Mythic Plus or Mythic Raids. Yeah, okay, so we can call this... So these are two groups. Okay. We got the min-maxers and raiders. And then we have everyone else up here. And then we could have the snowflakes and traumatized. And they say, I want to be able to play it on my own. Because hashtag toxic men. I don't know. That's a bit, what's the word? Hyperbolic. Like I stopped running content with real people after halfway through Shadowbringers. I ran with Trust for ages before I went back to playing. Like, so I would run dungeons that I knew and I was comfortable with, but dungeons that were brand new. So for Shadowbringers and Endwalker, if I entered a dungeon that was brand new, I would run it with Trust several times before I would run it with anyone else, especially as a healer, because I couldn't learn the mechanics fast enough. And I even caught flack in 14, which is known to be slightly less toxic than WoW. So even I kind of like stepped back and I was like, nah, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that. You know, like how the min-maxers don't want to deal with people who are kind of helpless and hopeless. I don't want to deal with assholes who don't know etiquette online. So, you know, I chose to absent myself. Is that the answer? Maybe that's not the answer, right? But that's what I did because, yeah, it wasn't fun. It got to a point where doing roulette as a white mage became more and more scary. And I was like, I'm not having fun anymore. So I'm just going to not run roulette as a white mage or any kind of healer. And I only ran healer in Trust dungeons until I was more comfortable with the mechanics. Then I went in and then I was fine. But it took me a little while. Okay. Remember, you can change your spec. Yeah, but what if I wanted purple? I'm kidding. Yeah, I could change my spec. An easy compromise is to have content require people but not make it difficult. Yeah, but then you got people who are like, this is too easy, brain rot. If they join newbies, give them points. No bonus rewards, says Miro, for running with newbies. We report them for being arseholes in dungeons when we see them, or I do anyway. Yeah, Shay is based. Shay is super based. Shay is really based. I bet Shay is a fantastic person to play with. I bet Sim is fantastic to play. In fact, I bet most of you would be fantastic to play with. I'm trying to catch up in the VOD. Bellular is describing increase of difficulty that's too severe that most people will be turned off. Mass appeal MMORPG, not EVE Online. Yes, so here's the thing. I think what he's trying to argue so far with my brain, what I'm hearing is that Matt, who is a pretty good WoW player, was struggling. And so his argument is if you're a fresh player who is coming in and isn't, you know, really connecting with the concept of an MMO, of having that kind of group interaction, or who may have seen toxic behavior and doesn't want and wants to avoid it altogether, they might end up kind of getting effed because they won't reach out and get the help that they need, potentially. Or the game is not good enough to teach that person on their own without the help of other people. Shay is arguing, and I believe Wooly would argue as well, probably, but I don't want to put words into Wooly's mouth here. But I think for both Shay and Wooly, the point of playing an MMO is to learn and learn with other people, right? To learn with other people. The problem is, it's fine if you're all starting at the same part and you're running it all at the same time and you're learning literally with, but if you're slow and you're one step behind, everyone else ends up doing it for you. The same thing happens in like survival games, I find. And then in some cases with the dungeons, you have people running in and just killing everything, and you're just standing there going, I can't do anything now. So this is another issue. But anyway, but probably the answer is that people need to work with other people. ESO also did Tamriel Unlimited, which unlocks everything for everyone, just like the single-player game, and the world simply scales with player level. Tamriel Unlimited was a patch, not a service. Huh. Interesting. It exists, but with the manual version of the group finder being optional, the automated queue doesn't require or allow custom group building. You click the eyeball and meet 4 random strangers. A newbie isn't going to try something like Mythic Plus if they're having trouble with normal dungeons. Yeah. No newbie is going into... Someone like myself wouldn't even know how to find Mythic Plus. I wouldn't even know it if it came along and bit my Drakthir in the butt. Wouldn't know. But I think what they're talking about here is not achieving Mythic Plus. They're talking about just getting through content. Up to 80. Pre-level cap, pre-80 manual group finding is absurdly rare. I mean, I'm just an introvert and don't want to socialize during my relaxation time. Yeah, so in Rakan, maybe this kind of a game would not be for you. You don't get that unless you're in a guild or playing with friends, but you're supposed to be, so Blizz just glosses over that consideration. Interesting. They bring in solo ways to play the game, but they aren't viable. Oh, okay. Now it's becoming clear to me. Okay, so we got this problem. We got the snowflake people. My fifis are hard. I don't want to play with people. Then we have everyone else. Can we just be friends and play together? Then we have these min-maxers. I won't play with scrubs. Get out of my dungeon. Okay, so we got these 3 groups of people. What was WoW's idea? WoW's idea is incidentally Final Fantasy XIV's idea, which was to help people with anxiety or to help people who don't want to play with other people. The solution, their solution, very similar to Final Fantasy XIV, is try to make it soloable. Now, if you're a hardcore player like Epic, who, beats Elden Ring with his eyes closed and his feet, this is probably doable. Someone like Matt could probably brute force their way through, but I think someone like me would probably hit a wall if they tried to go full solo, right? Which is why Shay and Sim know that I will always come knocking on that door and be like, help! But like, if you were trying to be soloable, it's not viable. Problem, the solo approach isn't viable, according to Shay. It's missing things. Okay. He's hitting walls. He doesn't have to. Okay. So this is maybe a problem as well, is their experiment is faulty because they're not starting with a true newbie. What they should do is get someone in who really doesn't know what they're doing and then see how it goes. Now, if we're talking about hitting wall, I'm going through the old content, Elwyn, Westfall, Duskwood, what was the Red Ridge? I did Red Ridge, Duskwood. I'm in Stranglethorn Vale. And I started dying a lot. And I was so confused. And then I thought, wait a minute. This is so important. V Rising taught me this. If I'm dying a lot, is my gear shit? So I went and took a look at my gear. And guess what, guys? My gear was shit. So I went into my inventory, which was dying from being clogged up, and I started swapping out my gear. And that helped a lot. I still haven't found an amulet of any kind of level, so I don't know about that. I find that the gear dropping is nowhere near as convenient as Final Fantasy XIV, which basically gives you full gear sets as you do the quests. They will give you like a full gear set over like 4 or 5. And I think a couple of the quests that I did do that. like, I think one of the quests in Red Ridge gave me like a full gear set, but it wasn't as common, and it certainly was not comprehensive. So some of my accessories are really behind. And if that player has never played any RPG, it's so hard to explain. Yeah, I could only imagine. So I figured out. Did I figure out on my own? Maybe on stream with people. I figured out that if you press shift and hover over, you can compare your two items. I'm sorry, I hate to have to say this again, but in Final Fantasy XIV, there's a button that you can click and it will show you what you are recommended to wear instantly from what you have in your armory chest and what you have in your inventory. And you can, sorry, just your armory chest. So you can pull from your armory chest almost instantaneously with one click button to instantly equip, air quote, the best. Now that is deceptive because sometimes it will pull something that has specific stats for your character class when it doesn't have the appropriate item level. So then you do have to manually go in and switch that one piece. So much more convenient. I find myself wasting what feels like a lot of time sitting and staring at each piece. But some people actually love that. So I'm not going to say that it's bad, but it certainly is irritating for those of us who find no joy in going through gear. Some people love it. I personally don't. So that might be a taste thing. Like, I'm not going to say that's an objective critique. Okay. A new player is probably not going to hit the walls Matt is hitting because they're going to dink about exploring and immersing unless they picked up WoW to join the Mythic Plus community. Wander and fool. Yeah, dink around. I know what dinking is. Oh, just getting new players to equip is so hard. Never mind going find things they need. I tell new players to empty bags and upgrade all the time. And if that player has never played any RPGs, it's so hard to explain. So I usually, after I get like 3/4 of my inventory full, Shay, I go sell my junk items. I sell all of my old items. I try to equip everything so that I have it in my collection. And then I think some things I can't equip because I don't have proficiency in it or whatever. So it's kind of in some sort of warband thing. What is the warband collection? Don't know. I'm going to use my brain and think that it means that other alts that I might have could access those items, kind of like in Diablo or in Path of Exile. Your various characters can access the same items. So I'm going to assume that the warband collection is something that your alts could access and use those items that you picked up that you can't use on this particular character. But if you didn't know that, like if you had never played Path of Exile 2 or Diablo, you'd be fucked. Like if you were my sister party, you would be absolutely fucked. They don't explain warbands to new players? Actually, no. Not specifically and clearly, not yet. Not to me. Going back to WoW to level up through Dragonflight at my Drakthir, the lack of gear was so jarring, I couldn't even buy the gear from a shop. The Final Fantasy XIV recommended gear button is relatively new. I think it was introduced while I was playing 3 years ago. It could have been like a Shadowbringers era thing. I definitely know Endwalker was the year of god tier quality of life updates. I will say that. But it has it. WoW's older than Final Fantasy XIV. In my head, WoW is like the older brother of FF14. So if FF14 has it, why doesn't WoW have it? You know, saying, well, WoW didn't have it until Final Fantasy XIV didn't have it until 3 years ago. Yeah, WoW should have had it 5 years ago, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, it's a nice feature. Yes, it is a nice feature. Also, item level is king. Most players don't get this each patch, and it's fine. Yeah. There used to be... yes, WoW players historically have loved that staring at gear. There used to be sets you needed for certain raid bosses. We'd farm pieces just for one fight. Yeah, so see, here's the thing. I am okay if someone like Shay comes out and says, actually, I really love staring at gear. Honestly, that's totally fine. I don't want to take that away from you guys. Really, I don't. The one button gearing thing, that's just a me thing. I will admit it. Just I missed it. I'm not gonna lie, especially toward like, cause I can't play it. So TLDR, I took on like a third side job, and sometimes I have to do the recording late at night. And so then after that, I might feel like, oh, I want to hop on and play something for Final Fantasy 14 or WoW. And staring at WoW's shitty, unmovable inventory HUD on the side of the screen to look at difficult to read lettering and trying to figure out what is this, what is that. It can get a bit rough, just saying. But I could see how people would love to get that gear. I totally understand the love of getting gear and farming gear. Like in 14, getting your top gear. You remember Ben and Miro, you guys were like farming so diligently. You guys got your gear sets and I was like dragging my feet. But the day that I finally did get my gear for Summoner, I felt like, oh, I felt pretty good, you know? See, you have a reference though. There is a warband bank as of just War Within. You have a cooked-in ability to remotely access that bank once every 2 hours, I think. Yeah, but you have to open your spell book and read every spell you have to find it. Oh, what? There's a spell? Wait, there's a spell in the spell book? To what? You know, wait, I'm sorry. Wait, I know about the spell book. But there's a spell in the spell book to access warband? Oh, okay. All right. Lots of new players can't even find their spellbook. I wouldn't be surprised. You know, the funny thing, people are genuinely excited for the 14 mobile game and playing A Realm Reborn again. That's interesting. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I am excited about playing it with my one bestie. Just because she and I have like a narrative sensibility that we both share. But I do hope people keep their Final Fantasy 14 mobile game expectations. Hope they dial it back a little bit in terms of monetization, because I think it's going to get fucky. Sometimes WoW will fail to innovate, but it's sad they struggle even to catch up. I think WoW is innovating in the housing. I think WoW has been innovating with having the warband thing. I think it would be great if 14 had something similar to a warband where you could access certain gear across characters or something like that. I think WoW has some stuff that it's doing that is fantastic. I'm sure I'm missing things as well because they've been coming out with some stuff that has been very innovative. My only thing is like there's some basics that I'm like, why don't you have this? Because it's just so basic. It just feels basic to me. But maybe it's not basic. Maybe sitting and looking at your gear is the fantasy, and I'm just not getting the fantasy. That's totally possible. You used to need PvP gear specifically to do PvP in WoW. Oh, right. Your UI is unmodded. There's a reason Asmon wants it all stripped away from the game. I struggle with the lack of ability to drag the dialogue or anything at will. I feel like I should be able to drag it around the screen at will and only have to go into the HUD if I want to do something that's more set, more specific. So yeah, the UI still to me is a bit jank. I was less excited about the gear, more that with it I can solo all End of Hunger dungeons. Oh yeah, Ben. It'll be under your general spells. Okay. We'll look for it after, Shay. If we have time. Let's look for it after. I am relying a lot on Shay and Miro and Sim and everyone here who play WoW. I just don't want, how can I say this? There is a line between, I guess what I'm trying to say with this up here, there's a line between relying on the MMO to do what an MMO does and also having shitty MMO systems, right? So you can have shitty MMO systems and then expect the community to make up for those shitty MMO systems. And that's a problem. Just because it's an MMO doesn't mean that every bullshit system that exists should be justified because people are going to help you. We can still, I think, be... Same thing with Final Fantasy XIV. We can still be critical of a system while at the same time encouraging content that encourages people to group up. That's, I guess, what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. I'll do an example, okay? When you make a new character in Final Fantasy XIV, okay, and you log in and you gain control of your character for the first time, for most people that I've tried it with who are brand new to MMOs, have no idea how to move around, have no idea about anything in terms of an MMO. They've played, like, I tried it with my one sister who played Fortnite, and then of course I watched Party. And then recently Party's boyfriend who had played a bit of Final Fantasy XIV. The standard camera that the game runs with, which is called standard, throws most people for a loop. It is not intuitive and it feels bad. There's a second camera and movement system called Legacy. And when I told my sister and her boyfriend and my other sister and most people who I was low-key trying to test the opening game out on, when I got most of them to change it to Legacy, they instantly felt better moving around. And this has nothing whatsoever to do with grouping up or asking people. This is a system that shouldn't, that should be corrected. They should ask someone at the beginning, which system do you prefer? Or would you like to try out one of these two systems, see how it moves, and then choose it? That's what I'm talking about. So I feel like there's a difference between having systems that encourage people to like group together and having a system that's shitty and it so happens that people have to ask people for help in order to overcome that shitty system. I feel like there's a difference. They hit the button to access your warband bank in your spell book. Okay. Game's already out. Mr. Happy's been streaming it all week. Oh my gosh. Did he get through the firewall? Oh my lord. Did he get through? Jonathan, did he? Is there a way? Is there a way to access that? I bet there is. I bet I could find out. I bet I could talk to my Chinese friend. Maybe I should. Should I? Jonathan, should I? The collection system better than the glamour dresser? Probably. I wouldn't know. I'm going to be honest. I have not yet been able to glam my character. Level 30 character. Don't know how to glam. I think there's an esthetician and then you have to go pay him money. Guys, we're going to go and try to glam my Drakthir. I'm telling you right now, the glam system in WoW might be better. It might as well not exist at all at this point. Like, holy moly. There were mods that auto-compared your equipped... Same thing with the dungeons, right? We're going back to the dungeon thing. There was this moment where I had to take some spirit juice And then I saw some cool flashback scene, da 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 da. And then they were like, kill Glubtalk. Okay. And that's it. And I waltzed to the next zone, did not kill Glubtalk, still sitting there because the dungeon is not. They didn't force me and say, no, you can't do anything else now. You got to do that dungeon. And so I was like, oh, is that a dungeon? So, yeah. He had someone make a WeChat account for him. Oh, I'm ahead of him. I already have my own WeChat account. Probably used a VPN. Oh, I can do this. I think I can do this, Jonathan. I already have a WeChat. And 我会说中文一点点. Okay, let's see. Oh, hello, pretty cool. I think you're new here. Apologies. Let's see what. Say hello to Pretty Cool, everyone. Seems like Pretty Cool is a WoW fan. Pretty Cool says, I'm jumping in halfway through, so I might be missing context, but WoW is terrible at teaching new players anything, and Blizzard has relied on the huge community for literally a decade or more now. They gutted their support page and added links to Wowhead rather than doing it themselves. It's comical. So first off, Pretty Cool, I'm going to be honest, I'm not fairly well acquainted with WoW. I'm a newbie. But I have good friends here, Deck and Shay, who have been, really welcoming. And they kind of said, hey, if I have questions, I know I can go to them and get answers. But I was curious if some of the major systems of the game would be apparent to someone like myself who has some MMO background. But if I threw my sister into WoW and she had never played Final Fantasy XIV before, I think she would be in serious trouble. Whereas I went into Final Fantasy XIV with no tap targeting MMO experience at all. Well, I don't want to say at all, because that's a bit of a stretch. I played like maybe 2 days of SWTOR, 1 day of Lotro. What other? Does SWTOR count? Because it like you're a Jedi, you get a full little bar down there at the bottom, right? Anyway. Oh, you've seen. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for saying hi. Cheers. We're just talking about Bellular's video here. We have not gotten far. We've got 4 minutes and 15 seconds in here. But all this to say, I was curious to see how far I would have to go before I hit like a wall in terms of basic stuff. But as Shay pointed out, it's an MMO. So at what point should you be going and asking people for help? But I feel like if you're asking people for help for every little thing, is that good? Like, is there a line between, like I said, going back to what I was saying before, is there a line between relying on people for information and having, interaction in the game and just having shitty game design that kind of throws a whole bunch of stuff at your new players and expecting them to feel comfortable to talk to people that they don't know? I don't know. It's a little bit of a hard ask for me, but I don't know. Maybe, once again, I'm willing to admit here that I might not know. I'm going to have to look into this, Jonathan. Thanks for letting me know. I really appreciate you. You have no idea, because I was low key thinking, can I get the mobile game? But maybe I can. Maybe I can't. Collection system. Maybe that's the Final 14 mobile. WoW's is Xmog. Transmog feels kind of pointless other than looking cool for yourself. Okay, we're going to get a new record. Yes, 45-minute pause so far. Oh my lord, Ben is literally timing me with some freaking watch. Okay, WoW when it came out was so much more casual compared to other online RPGs of the day, but now it feels much less casual, even as much as it tried and succeeded. Yeah, and once again, I don't want to take away the hard content from the major players. I don't want to take away the Mythic Plus from the Mythic Plus raiders. Like, I think that's shitty. I do wonder there were a couple times where I started dying a lot and I realized, oh, wait a minute, I got to gear up. So I knew that. It was just harder to gear up because of the icons and the placement of the UI, and also sitting there and trying to be like, okay, I can't wear this. Can I wear this? Can I wear this? Can I wear this? Can I wear this? And ended up having to click through my entire inventory. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a baby though. I will admit it. I will admit it. And yeah, I will admit. I've been playing WoW on and off for I think 15 years. I want to love the game, but I have a lot of opinions. My opinion, the new player experience is dire in WoW, and absolutely zero confidence that a new MMO player would be able to find their way on their own. If I came in having played 14 for about 2 to 3 years, so I'm doing a bit better. And like I said, I have Shay and Sim and a whole host of other people who are ready to rush in and help me, for which I'm very, very grateful, guys. I really am. But like if I threw my one sister in, who has never played an MMO before, ever, Tickler, she'd be in deep doo-doo. She'd be fucked. She'd be fucked. Okay. And I'm not saying I'm not saying 14 is perfect either, by the way. I'm not saying 14 is perfect either. Because I decided to test 14 on my sister, and there were 2 things that she struggled with in 14. The first thing she struggled with was the camera, so I had to tell her how to switch to legacy camera and the movement. And the second thing that she struggled with was targeting. So those were the 2 things for her that was the huge struggle. Everything else, very normal. She could handle it. She could handle the spells. She could handle, like, once she targeted the enemy, she could kill them. But like, if I hadn't told her about legacy camera, she would have given up at some point. It's a line the developers have to draw. They have to decide if parts of the game being unsoloable or requiring groups is a bug or a feature. I also agree, Epic, that Shay and Wooly are asking a very valid question, which is, what's the point of an MMO? What's the point of being online if you don't have people helping you? I think it's a good question to ask, but I think there are lots and lots of gacha games that have what I would call the simulacrum of online interaction. And it doesn't feel meaningful at all. And honestly, the only reason why there's online engagement in gacha games is to create FOMO by having people show off the thing that you can't afford to have. So in some games, I think there are very predatory reasons why you would have online interaction without actually requiring people to work together online. So like, I think there are completely terrible but very real reasons to have online interactivity while at the same time having completely soloable gameplay. And in my opinion, a lot of that can lead to being quite predatory, right? Because you're using the online component as a way to, let's say, create an environment for whales and minnows, for example. So I think there are some games that are absolutely online with minimal interaction, completely soloable, A lot of mobile games, I think, are like that. But I don't think it's meaningful in the end. I think it just creates FOMO and one-upmanship and bullshit like that. WoW was pretty casual compared to EverQuest. That's actually what I heard, Simp. I heard it was really, if you're coming from 14, what you need to understand is that for the majority of WoW's lifetime, they put absolute zero thought to the future. That's what I've been hearing. The change to the writing seems to be based on appealing to the future audience. Young adult writing. Well, now it was, but before Simp, they just went by the rule of cool and what was really cool. They didn't have a working, overarching. So if we ignore what's happening right now, Simp, okay? If we ignore what's happening with Dragonflight and all of that, and also Shadowlands to a certain degree, okay? So if we set aside Shadowlands and everything after that, which is where the young adult writing is coming in, everything leading up to that, in my opinion, was still in a bit of a mess from the sounds of it, because they were always writing for like the cool moment. They weren't writing for like what is going to happen in the long term. Everything was episodic. Oh my lord, episodic. Oh my lord, my English is like, my spoken English is. It was episode based essentially. And then when they tried to do an arcing thing with the jailer, everyone was not having it because it was cringe. Isn't WoW sort of dying anyway? Well, there are people who want to fight for it and want to keep it alive. WoW is all about diving into huge piles of nerdy stuff like inventory management and ability menu and talent trees. Yeah, possibly. But in 14, the deep nerdy stuff is only MSQ and you don't need to play well to do that mostly. That is fair. That is a true assessment. And that's why maybe WoW should not try to be like 14, and they should just go back to writing rule for cool, not overthink their story, not try to make it psychologically like too meaningful, try to keep it simple, try to keep it archetypal, just make it fun. And then, that video you made, I thought the conclusion, it couldn't be saved. I made no conclusion at the end of that video. Simp. I made no set conclusion at the end of that video. If you listen very carefully to what I say, and I say things as best as I can when I make a video, I do my best to choose my words as wisely as I can. I asked 2 questions of the WoW audience who played, because remember at that point in time I had played almost no WoW. I asked, can it be saved or is it dead? I don't know the answer. I don't know. Finished typing out my homework, but will shower to copy paste because I switched to phone so my room stays cool in case you play later. Aw, awesome. I think it's called Mud. I don't know. Have you ever played RuneScape? RuneScape is a solo game with a shared world. There you go. There you go. I did play a bit of RuneScape. Pretty cool. I did not like the graphics. It could not immerse me. I guess I'm a bit of a girl. You know what I mean? Mud turned into Avalon. There we go. Final Fantasy 11, after they basically ended updates, had a solid 100k active characters for like a decade. And this is when the game was in maintenance mode. Now, Final Fantasy 11 is an interesting one, Jonathan. I heard that next month they're going to give a free or really cheap thing. I'm so episodic. Oh, thank you so much, Herman. Episodic, guys. Episodic. I believe next month they have a thing where if you are in 14, you can get like half price off 11. So yeah, Shadowlands wasn't an arcing thing. It was a complete retcon of the entire history of Warcraft IP, and it was done poorly. There you go, Miro. Yes, you need to look to the past to contextualize the problems that WoW has today. It's not even just the cool factor, in my opinion. It was hubris. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't. Once again, guys, I'm just wanting to listen, give some voice to you guys. But yeah. I think beyond the hubris problem too, they never expected to survive so long. No future thought, maybe, but I think they weren't prepared to be a long-lived success. It's like an author getting asked to write 8 novels instead of 3. They had a plan and they had 2 episodes left when they realized they needed who knew how many. You know what, Shay, that is a legitimate place to be in that I think would be really unfair for a lot of creatives. I would feel bad for them. This is where they probably should have said, hey, look, let's just start fresh with a new thing and see if we can make one that lasts a little bit longer. You know what I mean? Like, I think they must have panicked and someone lost the plot somewhere. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. MMO started out as MUDs, which were primarily text-based. Oh, yes! And meant for socializing amongst college students who all downloaded the MUDs. Just to answer the question, what's the point? So here's the thing. Socializing online can be for chatting with people, which, by the way, I'm not a fan of. I'm going to come out and say it, okay? Why am I on this stream chatting with you guys? Oh, I can't believe my life. But I'm going to be honest. I'm not a naturally social person, okay? That's why I'm super, awkward and I'm a terrible speaker because I just don't talk a lot. You know what I mean? I'm a writer first and foremost. So like, I just, I struggle to socialize. And when I go into a game, I'm going to be honest, I'm more like Enrakin. At the end of the day, I don't always want to talk to people. Now, obviously, I love all of the people that I hang out with in game, okay? I'm starting to care for you guys. But there's a lot of reasons why. If you're part of my FCN 14, you know that I'm not very chatty. I do not always be the first one to spring to say hello. And part of it is because I get weighted down with talking with people. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't love my peeps. I'm just saying, sometimes I don't want to just chat with everyone, if that makes sense. I don't want to get out there and meet someone new. I just want to talk to the people that I know and talk to no one else. It's kind of like there's 6 restaurants out in my home, in my hometown that I could order from. I don't want to order from them. I just want to get my McDonald's and I want to get the same burger that I always get, and that's Ben. And I want to get the same drink that I always get, and that's Miro. And I want to just get the same piece of French fries, which is going to be Party because she's the potato girl. And if I go to WoW, that will be Shay and Sim and whoever else that I meet. I'm not saying I'm closed to people or that I'm mean or rude online. I'm just saying is I'm not going to go out of my way to just strike up a conversation with someone because they're for example, in WoW recently, while I was playing WoW, I received 3 to 4 guild invites, declined all of them because I just don't want to go into a guild and then have to be oh, hello. I don't know. It might be just me. Doesn't like talking, pauses to talk for now. Okay, you know what, Ben? It's because you guys are special, okay? I'm not going out and trying to meet new people is what I'm trying to say. So for Epic, who's talking about MUDs and people socializing and meeting new people online, for them, that's something that they want to do. I'm not one of those people. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not interested in going into a new guild and meeting new people. I just want to play with the people that I personally know. Okay, so math teacher Josh. Whoa, we got someone else new. Holy shit. Okay, math teacher Josh. Hello, math teacher Josh. I'm not sure about FF14, but what I like about WoW storytelling, especially recently, is that the themes are represented on both the small and large scale. Interesting. It's tangents. Welcome in, math teacher. I have not played any of the recent stuff. Shay and Sim probably have stronger opinions or different opinions or same opinions. I don't know on that. I'm playing the old stuff. And right now, I'm not feeling... Anyway, I'll leave that for another review. Mop wasn't planned. WoD wasn't planned. Legion was. And everything between Legion and the last Titan conclusion of the World Saga wasn't planned. You know, when Shay says it like that, my architect writer soul literally starts vibrating. I feel like they should have noticed they had something good after the first expansion, Shay. In my opinion, the first major misstep was literally the first expansion back in 2007. Oh, oh, oh. Oh. I'm not social either, but I love talking and arguing for some reason. I'm an ISTJ person and an ENFP, and wow, it's weird. Interesting. I've only been in voice chat one time for a reason. I don't even like to go out, but maybe a few times a year with IRL friends, and for not more than 2.5 hours. Yeah, I'm going to be frank, guys. Like, when I started doing YouTube, my family thought they were proud of me. Let's just say that. They probably also thought I was going crazy because I'm just not. I really am not. I'm chatty with people when we're talking about stuff like this, for sure. But like, I'm just saying is I'm not friendly in real life. This is what I'm trying to say. With people I don't know, I'm just like not there. I start fading. I leave the room. I try to get out of the room. I'm just not very outgoing. That's what I will say. And it shows in my playing style as well. So it's very hard. But just ignore all the guild spams. They're not real people. Okay, thanks. Thanks, guys. Okay. Does do small and large scale theming very well. Okay, I look forward to seeing that. I'm really genuinely looking forward to seeing what story I can see. And of course, I will be sharing more of my journey with videos. I just gotta sit down and talk some more. Okay, I socialized because part of me ties existence with being present in the present, being felt in some way, but I'm not naturally social, so I can use this chat to cheat. But IRL, I did gain charisma. Epic, I feel like you probably are one. Okay, Epic and probably Ben are the most socially competent people probably in my community. I can't speak for Pretty Cool or math teacher Josh, the new folks. I can't speak for them. Maybe Herman. Maybe Herman is a Chad IRL. I can't tell. But a lot of us are struck with some form of social something. As much as the Burning Crusade is loved, it was an epic rear end pull. Interesting. Okay. Metzen told us that during the World of WoD announcement, War on Draenor? WoD? He literally told us they had Legion and the last story plan. Oh. And now they had new stories to come up with. Catch the elusive Chieko. Yes, she only emerges from her house once a month. I'm going to give Asmongold a run for his money. When WoW was originally released back in 2004, the game was seriously unfinished. The entire Horde half was a pathetic shadow of the light side, empty zones, etc., etc. Instead of finishing that content, they made a new expansion, TBC, and moved the entire player base into a new area. The result of this is that the old world was abandoned. This set the precedent of creating new expansions and pushing the entire player base into new areas as fast as possible. As soon as it comes out, the old content is no longer relevant. And when they got to Kata, they revamped the old world, but they deleted all of the original storylines. Oh my lord. I'm a Chad with an artificial hip and bum shoulder. See party. Oh. Sorry, everyone. Keyboard ASMR. The content you play in the old world today are sequels to the original quest, so literally nothing makes sense to new players because they're playing part 2. Oh my goodness. Oh, Shay, isn't that what you said to me the other day? Part 1 isn't available except on vanilla classic servers? Fuck that noise. Good night, everyone, says Simp. Good night, Simp. Good night. Rest well, Simp. I cry when I hear Arthas' soundtrack. Not gonna lie, never played that part of the game, but I have Arthas' death thing. No, like the Invincible and the other Lament thing. Next month, they were boosting the drops of rare loot and mounts. What? Oh, and WoW? Oh, okay. Just gonna send a hug to my sister. My sister was... She probably thinks I'm like crazy mood switching. Because, she probably thinks I'm crazy mood switching because she was like, oh, you should go stream. I was like, I don't feel like streaming. And she was like, oh, but okay. And I was like, but maybe I will stream. And then she was like, she probably thought I was crazy. And she's like, okay, well, do what you feels best. I'll check in. Here we go. How about that? Does that work, folks? Please look at the rules. Just be a good human. Use your etiquette. That's it, really. Be an adult. That's all. And you do have to kind of get used to me accidentally losing my shit every now and then. I try not to be crazy though. I really do. And if I think I'm too intense, I'll usually apologize, but yeah. Okay, does everyone, is it working? One wants to stream, the other also wants to stream. Kick the door, says like Kratos to the max. Arthas, your son. I play at Death Knight. Has returned. Streaming has altered Chieko's brain chemistry. Soloing, yes. Okay. Party's like, Ben, she's ignoring my text. Yeah, actually pull Discord down so I can look at your live chat more easily. Okay, so we got someone called Duck in now. Okay. So here's my thing. The play button is feeling very lonely. Oh my lord. Wooly's game? Wooly is upping his game. Oh my lord, that's a new low, Wooly. Is Wooly practicing to go into marketing perchance? That's some emotional peel there. Too bad I got the tism. Okay, I will press play. But toward the end of this, I will open up my character and I will show you where I'm at, and we'll talk about how to help me overcome my fear of trying out a dungeon. Okay, so anyway, let's try to keep going here.
Because of struggling later, he finally reached Orgrimmar. He'd done the non-combat quests where he could. Now they called him to set the newest continent ablaze. Yes, he was being...
So it says he did the non-combat quests where he could, so he was doing some side questing.
Called to Kaz Algar. Without a well-timed save from a hunter who just happened to be there, he actually would, well, maybe still be dying from that Nerubian lord you've got to fight in Dalaran in the intro. You know, over and over and over again, because it was actually just that bad as a fight. And remember, you need to beat that boss to finish the scenario, and that means that as a new player, there is no way to continue. It was genuinely impossible alone, and that's because Milk Genius was a victim. He was a victim of scaling and how it's essentially broken for the game as it is being played by new players right now. And the sad thing for Milk Genius is there was just about nothing he could do about it. So, how did we get into this mess? How did this happen? Let's break it all down then. Our actual problem here was gear. On the Isle of Dorne, the quest reward from the impossible intro quest really did prove that, and that's because the same slot went from plus 40 stamina to plus 1295. It's quite a lot more. It's an extra 25k HP. It's a 16% increase from just one item. That's out of 14 slots. And this was not just health either. This slot went from 20 int to 441, plus 3% crit and 1% haste. That was all from one single hat. Okay, what actually happened here? Well, Milk Genius had actually out-leveled so fast that he drastically outgrew his gear, and it was nigh on impossible to keep him with a set of gear that actually fit his level. Most of his equipment was so bad that he may as well have been naked, which is a sad state of affairs for poor Milk Genius.
Now, like I said, I've been doing my own lonely road, which probably no one would recommend that I do. So I've been working my way from Elwyn around the early content zone. I started dying a lot. I thought to myself, because V Rising taught me, always check your gear. Should there be a new gear level that you should get? And lo and behold, I realized that I could put in some better gear. But the gear increase was really big. However, it wasn't regular. So like, for example, the chest piece, for example, capes, the amount of capes that I've gotten, but like only 1 or 2 rings and like what, I think I only have 1 amulet and it's level 1. So the gearing in the early zones that I'm doing is absolutely weird. Like really weird. And like I said, it took me a long time to gear properly because in 14, I'm used to the 1-button gearing thing, which once again, like at some point you realize that's not perfect and you do sometimes have to go in and manually tweak things, but generally it still helps you at least know the baseline of what you should be working with for that level, whatever that level is. So I get how gearing would be weird. But Shay says that they were ignoring things and that they weren't doing everything. So I wonder if they will explain that or if she has noticed it with her eagle eye.
And of course, that's on a fresh account, without the warband buff that gives you up to like 25% more XP. And of course, this was a fresh account. That means no heirlooms. Basically, this is the stock experience where there are really no pointers or explainers. And that means that leveling is just too fast for how Blizzard's game actually awards people gear. Why? Well, campaign quests are designed with a specific curve in mind. You get a few pieces in every zone as you would level up. Then you would hit max with a full quest set of gear. Some pieces would be a few item levels lower. That's for a fairly obvious reason. You would maybe get one piece of gear at level 64 instead of at level 69, but that's not really a big deal. Job done, you've hit max level. And that's what happens because Dragonflight, and of course later on War Within, have got their continents designed for a 10 leveling span, not a 60 or 70 leveling span. That's why this breaks. Players drop into Dragonflight at level 10. They then finish the campaign somewhere in the 40s, and that's when they essentially run out of easy gear, which leads to this situation. This poor soul was still wearing gear from his 30s and 40s. He wasn't level 50, he wasn't level 55, no, he was in his 60s. And this is not like WoW Classic. You see, in Classic, wearing a 15 green was fine for like 20 levels. Gear scaling is absolutely nuts now, and that's the key difference between now and Classic. Every slot was hundreds of item levels below where it should have been. Thousands of stats behind. And you may say, just go get some gear, bro, that's the problem. Easy. Well, Milk Genius wishes it was easy. Some side quests drop gear, the odd world quests do as well. But even if you understand that system, which again, if you're a new player, you probably won't, there's no reliable way to replace garbage. As an example, when I say garbage, say, imagine that plus 10 strength belt that you picked up at level 25. Now, if you're thinking, just buy bind on equipped gear then, well, we thought about that as well. BOEs below level 80.
Okay. So there was this one point in time when my sister was leveling Sage in 14. She kept dying in a solo duty. She came out really frustrated from like her 4th or 5th round. She was like, I can't believe them dying. And I said, what's your gear at? It turned out she was so undergeared that she was like made of paper, essentially. So in 14, I'm used to things being gated by gear quite a bit, so that doesn't disarm me per se. I am curious as to whether I will hit some kind of bizarre wall. We're going to find out of just curiosity. But I will say this, I am doing every single quest in the zone. I am leaving no quest undone. I'm clicking on every box. I have my own special notebook. I'm taking notes on the quests that I think are interesting and I want to talk about them. But even so, I will say that my gearing situation has been a little sketchy. It's not as straightforward, and that might be because I'm playing super old content, the part 2, as it were, that Pretty Cool was talking about. And so that content doesn't have maybe all of the stuff that I need, but it is dropping some high level stuff. So I think I'm doing okay. Yeah. So I'm doing all the side quests, but in 14, you don't have to do any side quests to gear up. Usually, you go out to a fate, you make some gil, you buy the gear, or you go and talk to Tataru, and part of the MSQ quest, she's going to give you the gear. Or as you do the MSQ quest, they'll give you a whole set of gear. Gearing in 14 is actually almost on the other end of things, like maybe too easy, maybe, perhaps. Okay, so Shay says, I think new players might actually adapt better to something like this, at least the first expansion they play during. Experienced players have expectations the way things are supposed to work. Okay, so then that's where they get fucked over. This is where I saw red. This, unless, is how WoW was always meant to be played originally. Design philosophy shifts aimed at gaining and retaining as many players as possible have taken this MMO in a more casual, more solo directions. But ironically, all of these options to avoid the community have allowed the community to fracture and the game to become less than it was. You should have people, but there's a thing here I'll talk about later, I think, unless we want to talk about it now. You should have people. So I've actually examined this gearing per zone thing, and you are meant to build a set per 2 zones as kata was designed, and you are doing kata. the most important items to upgrade are boots, legs, chest, head. They have the highest stat budget. Yeah, I think that's all I've really been seeing. I've seen some rings. I think I saw like a pauldron. I think I got a guys, I'll show you my Drakthir boy later. It's interesting. Gearing is just completely broken in WoW. This is pretty cool. They've completely changed how item stats work several times. I mean, I don't know about that, but I just put the stuff on if it has a higher number. If it's in green, I put it on. Is that terrible? Maybe it is. But if you do Kata Zones today, you will outlevel those sets even at a regular questing rate. Yeah, let's see. He might have been a scaling victim, but again, an experienced player might not have adapted as well as a new player who didn't have the same expectations. This is why you wouldn't or shouldn't hit until 70 or 80, but there might be jumps these days every 10 character levels or every 30. Interesting. I wrote a paper in my differential equations class on gear level and the design problems that come up. It's fairly interesting. It's somewhat of a catch-22. I don't blame Blizzard for how they designed it. Yeah, so here's the thing. I recognize I'm a newbie, and even worse than that, I'm a casual player. I'm not smart in this area. I just put on green number, go up, I die less, right? But I will say that I felt less confident as time went on about my gear, because I think I began to realize that I would have to really check my inventory quite a bit to see if there was anything new. Because as soon as I started feeling a bit weaker, I was like, okay, I got to stop here. I got to look at my gearing. It felt a little bit less natural to me to think about my gear. But I was saved because, like I said, V Rising. I think V Rising, between Final Fantasy XIV and V Rising, I've learned a lot. No Man's Sky was other formative game for me, maybe Witcher 3, where each one of those games kind of represent a significant jump in me understanding what gaming is. So I think in this case, as soon as I start feeling weaker, I start looking at what is my gear? What am I doing? Am I pushing my spells wrong? Have I used all my talent points? All of that. What is the Belvid timestamp right now? Okay, the Belvid timestamp right now is 8:21. 8:21. Yeah, so doing side quests in Final Fantasy XIV, I tell everyone who will listen, don't do them. It's a catch-22. You can do them at the same time as you do everything else. And if you do that, that's great because it will increase your immersion because the quests reflect the world at the time that they are being done in. And they're great for that. But you don't really want to do them because you end up wasting XP points. And it is a load of information into your brain that you might not appreciate. So I guess maybe ideally you would do the side quests at the same time as the main story quest, and you would just play it way slower. And you would have multiple jobs that you're leveling up using all of those side quests and everything like that. So I imagine that that's actually the optimal way to, like, the idealistic way. But realistically speaking, most of us, even though we might not be chasing end game content, we are still excited to see what's next in the story. So we're not going to necessarily want to stop and like take a look around and do the side quests, especially if it's not needed for the XP. Okay, so let's see the poll. Wow, 14 votes. Okay, so I'm going to end the poll here. 14 votes. Crazy. I wasn't expecting that. 14 votes. 64% said yes, they found this story enjoyable or fulfilling. And 35% said they did not find the story, the narrative, enjoyable enjoyable or fulfilling. But this is where the player responsibility comes up to me. Ask someone, have a conversation, multiplayer the game a bit. I'd love to know when everyone starts playing and what they played. Okay. So in 14, once again, this is the only real MMO that I have to compare this to. Your very first quest that you do, you go up, you talk to a bro. He's like, my name's Baderon. I'm just using Limsa as an example. Here are 3 people I need you to talk to, or 3 things I need you to do. The first thing they ask you to do is to attune to an aetheryte, because that's one of the most fundamental things that you will ever do in that game. The next 2 things that they ask you to do is talk to, I think it is 2 people. They ask you to talk to a person in the market, and then they also ask you to go to your job area to talk about the class that you're going to be learning. It's you cannot go further. You're stuck there if you don't do those 2 things. And so the job part of that quest gets you to the area where your mentor / teacher is going to be. And the third one, if I recall correctly, or if it's not that quest, it's the quest after that, they literally get you to go through the marketplace area, and they say, this is where the armorer is. This is where the equipment and the weapons are. This is where everything else is. This is where you can buy your shit. And that way, if you're coming in completely fresh, wet behind the ears, don't know what an MMO is, you can go and do that. Like that can, you know, be helpful. So sure, multiplayer, but I think it's too much to expect a fresh player, a new player like myself, to want to just start talking to someone and have a conversation. And maybe that's wrong of me. But I appreciate having the game at least pointing it out and saying, hey, this is where you can go to get gear. And in fact, in 14, within the first 10, I think it's level 5, they stop you and say, you can't go further until you have level 5 gear. There's like an actual character who says, you can't go further if you don't have level 5 gear. Go get level 5 gear. And you have to figure out, okay, I need to go get level 5 gear. So you go over to the vendor that you were shown and you look for that level 5 gear and you're like, oh, there's my level 5 gear. Oh shit, I don't have the money for that. What do I do? At that point, you can start asking people. But even within the game, they have the character, I think, tell you, hey, you can make money by doing odd jobs for people, aka side quests, and doing fates and things. So I personally like to have it laid out for me. But once again, maybe that is bad. Okay, so Epic says he loves werewolves. So he played Cataclysm. The year Mist came out. The Worgen starter helped me get immersed in the world despite it being part 2. I think we played Worgen. Didn't we have Black Woman? We had our Black Worgen, who was yeah, I started in 2008, Blood Elf Paladin. I don't think the onus should be on the player base to teach people how to learn the fundamentals. The game should teach players how to proverbially fish. Then I turned my Worgen rogue into a Death Knight. Wow. 2007 Belf Hunter here. Wooly, if Wooly's not too busy, can he talk about what he was? Ben, did you play? Miro, what did you play as? What were you guys playing in WoW when you first started? Long time ago. I know. Very ancient. I've never played WoW. Okay. All right, Ben, you and I are in the same boat. More or less. Not really, actually. Now that I think about it. But that's okay. Ben has played a better game. It's called Fantasy Life I. Just saying. I would argue that the Worgen starting area is the best starting experience of all the WoW races. Oh, guys, do you remember my Worgen starting experience? I liked the atmosphere. I liked the music. I liked the fact that the world was shaking at one point and we didn't quite know why it was shaking, if I recall correctly. I did not like the scene where you fought and Sylvanas or somebody, some elf lady rushed in and killed the guy that I couldn't care about because they kept telling me that we were besties, but I felt like we never had a chance to be besties with them. So I was like, why does the prince actually care about this lowly no-name soldier who's like nobody, but somehow like we are buddies? And I guess that's that. And then suddenly he's killed and his dad's like, no! And then was it Sylvanas? Anyway, and I missed it. Does chat remember the part where I missed it because my camera was pulled back too far, so I didn't feel anything and I was disappointed. I remember you missed an event when you weren't looking in the right direction. Yeah. That was like the cherry on top. I was already struggling to like support the belief that a prince would have a relationship with us out of nowhere. But I was like, okay, you know what? In media res, let's just do it. Let's just do it. Let's fake it till we make it. And then he died and I was like, oh. I couldn't see his body. I couldn't see his father's face. There was no cool, sad music playing. I don't know. But they force a camera zoom and freeze your character. That's new. Oh, Shay. Oh, no. Guys, we're going to have to make a new Black Man. I may have deleted him. We'll find out. We'll look at my warband. I think I went on a delete character rampage and I deleted a bunch of my alts. Or lots of someone had complained about specifically that. I'm gonna be honest though, guys. Do you remember that cutscene where like you're in the cage or whatever, and the guy comes up to you? That was oof, kiss. And then I was playing Duskwood, and there's Worgens in Duskwood, and if I hadn't played Worgen earlier. And I just saw these Worgens running around and people are talking about, yes, we can get the cure. It might not be too late. I would have had no fucking clue if I hadn't if I hadn't played Worgen for like 2 hours before. Dusk would have had half of Dusk would have had like, no meaning. It was hilarious. The story moment going on. You're just like, oh, look at these buildings. I think you were literally talking about the scenery. Guys, I'm such a pleb sometimes. I'm not going to lie. The Worgen in Duskwood story is part 2 of the original Duskwood story. Wow. Look at that. See? I was very happy that I did play Worgen for a little bit because then when I saw the Worgen in Duskwood, I was like, my bros! Save the Worgen! So that was a good part. But yeah, there was a lot, obviously. Like Abercrombie. Anyway, I can't go into that. I can't go in that. We shouldn't go into that, guys. We shouldn't go into that. But anyway, let's see. Miro played in 2006. He played a Nelf. Night Elf Druid. Wooly in Vanilla. Played everything Alliance. I wasn't aiming to reach cap. I wanted to see everything. So we got quite a variety here. We have a Belf Hunter. We have a Belf Paladin. We have a Worgen Rogue / Dark Knight. We have a Nelf Druid and someone who did basically everything. It was Deck Draenei. Did Deck say? Is Deck saying anything? I don't see anything for Deck. Deck is mum. All that to say, I really struggled with some of the Worgen stuff because once again, I thought everything was going so well. I loved the aesthetics. I could live in that town. Gilneas? Anyway, I could live in that town. Great town. Victorian-ish. But that scene was... Oh, it was a fail for me, wasn't it? It was a bit. Draenei Ret Paladin. Okay. Look at Deck. I got Deck down. Woohoo! It was out of context because you didn't play part 1 Discwood because it's from Vanilla. Okay. But it's important to note it was a feature at the time, but not a bug. WoW wanted things to be missable. Not that I agree. Yep, that's fair. That's fair. Draenei are my WoW spirit animal, but it took me years to get into and keep one and level it all the way. Oh, I had 2 main characters in WoW, Undead Warrior and Tauren Druid. Ooh, okay. Okay, Jonathan. That's cool. But yeah, to go back to I think it was pretty cool. I think it was pretty cool who said it. I don't think the onus should be on the player base to teach people how to learn the fundamentals. I think the game should teach people how to proverbially fish. I don't like the idea that I have to talk to somebody real out of the gate in an MMO that I'm super fresh and new to in order to know where to get my gear or how to get my gear. I kind of don't like that. I understand at some point being forced to go into a dungeon with a group of people or being forced to join with a group of people in the open world to overcome a mob that's really difficult. I understand that part. I understand, oh, I'm lost. I don't know what to do next in terms of, let's say there's a puzzle or there's a section to the map that is not 100% clear. I get that. But to hide certain things from the player in the name of going for an MMO thing, to me is... I don't like the fact that it's not clear to you where to get your gear from or how to get the money for that gear. But that's, once again, that might be a personal thing for me. I'm willing to admit that, but I don't like it. I would see it as a failing. You would have to talk me off the cliff about that one. Now, this is going to be a tangent, okay? But I'm just going to quickly try to shove it out here, okay? I don't want to appear like I'm calling anyone out here, but there's somebody called Pirate Software / Thor who is a WoW head-ish kind of. I guess he used to work at WoW. I don't know. Anyway, his argument for stop killing games being not a good initiative is that it would remove MMOs from the gaming scene. Do you know what MMO he suggested needed to be protected? Wouldn't be he was like, you know, games like X wouldn't be made or played with that in mind. He named Final Fantasy XIV specifically, and I thought it was hilarious because of all the MMOs, that is pretty much ready to be played solo. Like we could pull, like if we pulled Final Fantasy XIV offline today, you would be able to play the MSQ without access to the internet. Practically. I think there's a couple trials that they would have to tweak a little. But setting aside the trials, eminently soloable. I think the trials and the alliance raids. So probably the big hump that they would have to fix would be the Alliance Crystal Tower Alliance raid to make that soloable, because they locked the MSQ into getting the Alliance raid done. Yeah. They would need duty support for 824. But the only one they would need would be actually the Alliance raid for Crystal Tower in order to complete the MSQ on your own. No, it online. Right? So the idea is, let's say tomorrow they decided for some brain dead reason to take Final Fantasy XIV offline, and players stepped forward and said, hey, we want to save it. Just give us like the base game to run on our own. And let's say they made it soloable for some reason. That anyway, so I just think it's interesting how linking it back to what Deck of Cardboard said, relying on the community for the fundamentals is bad, because if you play in off-peak hours and or the game is in decline or dead, it should be for min-maxing. I kind of agree, but I'm somewhere between Deck and Shay. I'm somewhere between Deck and Shay on that. Because I don't like the idea of having to ask some people that I don't know about where to buy my gear or where to get money to buy my gear. I think that should be evident. And it takes me back to what I was saying about 14 being soloable. I'm not saying that that's great either, but at least if, like, for some bizarre reason, the companies went down, like, I would not have to rely on getting into a private server. I could technically solo the game on my own. Dragon Quest X, which is another Square Enix MMO that's Japanese only, has an offline version of the game. I imagine, okay, in my head, Jonathan, if they have stuff like that going, if they do that for 14, that would allow for a more ethical close down. Because at some point they're going to close down 14, right? Like 14 is not going to be forever. So if they were going to ethically close down the game, they could more ethically release it to the players, and it would be more workable. And from what I understand, WoW has private servers as well. Like you can run it off of a private server, etc., etc. But anyway, that's a tangent. That's just a weird tangent that popped in my head like a couple of days ago. Anyway, let's keep going.
Unbelievably expensive.
Okay,
Many
very
of you
expensive.
probably know why. It's because the only people buying them are giga-rich transmog hunters who want to fill out their set. And that's an economic context that poor Milk Genius and, of course...
Wait, can't you just buy the gear from an NPC? Why do you have to buy gear from other players? Do you have to buy gear from, like, can't you just go to an NPC and buy your gear set? Why is Pretty Cool Pepe laughing? Is this silly? What? Wait, what? Guys, you're not joking, are you? Nope. Oh. What? What? I'm sorry, guys. My brain just exited out of my. Okay, wait a minute. Okay. I told you I found it jarring. Okay. Like after what, 3 years of Final Fantasy XIV, I played WoW and wasted hours trying to find a vendor. So you couldn't find a vendor, Epic? And Epic's not stupid. Epic's a gamer. He couldn't find an Epic? Okay. Shay, not legally, but players do. Okay. I think NPC gear is terrible, says Deck, but maybe it's adequate for this problem. I don't know. Okay. No, says math teacher Josh. Oh, thank God. Okay. You don't have to buy gear from other players. Most gear you get from quests or loot or faction. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Or maybe I'm not familiar with how available NPC gear is. Maybe it's not available for like level 70 characters. Not even play WoW. Make a new character in WoW because I never bothered with gear. I had to go to an auction house and then remember the gear rules. You can craft your own, and an experienced player should explain this to you. There are NPCs that stand around that you can click on that you'll trip on the ways to learn to craft your own gear into exploring. I found them myself when I was new. I haven't found them, but maybe I'm in a bad zone. WoW does not sell level relevant gear. It drops at random. Those that care about gold post it on the AH at absurd prices. The issue brought up in the video is the quests don't give you enough gear. There are vendors where... I don't think SE will allow a numbered Final Fantasy be in an unplayable state. I agree, Jonathan. I think 11 and 14 one day will retire, but I think they probably would release them ethically so that they're always playable in some form. And honestly, if they make 14 soloable, why not, right? Imagine just playing it either on a private server or, solo. Anyhow, okay, I'm okay. After this video, if we can get through this, okay, if I can get through this, we're going to go and see how I could potentially get gear if I wanted to where I am at right now. What would that look like? Because
every new player to the game won't
I was looking for some gear and I tried to go up to various sellers and I couldn't find any NPCs that could sell me gear. But that's very new. Okay. But Shay says War Within does have a lot of available gear from vendors, but that's very new. War Within did address it. So this is good. Okay, so let's keep going. But not until you hit 70. Oh, fuck. Okay. Well, anyway, let's keep going.
Exactly be in. You see, with today's leveling speeds, you'll only have a few thousand gold by the time you hit this problem. And if you're in the know, you won't really want to spend that. As an example, just think about how expensive enchants and crafting are up at max level. That means that spending any money in gear before level 80 is a huge mistake. But hang on a second. You may be wondering why you don't have that problem. Why you are not like the poor victim of today's video, Milk Genius, and the legions, the probably hundreds of thousands of potential new players that are bouncing off World of Warcraft every month. You and Milk Genius ain't the same. You'll have heirlooms. Those heirlooms will scale with level. And even if you don't, you can queue for every single dungeon with Chromie time. Or perhaps you'll only be leveling your characters during time walking weeks, where you can just spam dungeons with shorter queues and get loads of gear. That's not what a new player will be doing. What we're talking about today is a new player problem. Now, you can technically avoid it if you run dungeons. Scaling is a little different there, but hey, you will get some gear. But the DPS queue times for Dragonflight dungeons are prohibitively long, and you're trapped in the Dragon Isles until level 70 anyway.
How prohibitively long is it long? What's long? Are we talking like Kraken dungeon DPS long? I think Square Enix will at least make A Realm Reborn to Endwalker an offline experience. Yeah, I think so too, Jonathan. It only makes sense. Dawn Trail and Onward is questionable. I agree. Well, at this moment, it's questionable, Jonathan, for sure. In fact, Jonathan, I would argue that since they set the systems in place to do the NPCs on the side with the trust, I think it's actually more arguable. As long as it doesn't crash and burn and, just trail off and fail as an MMO. I spent 4 hours in queue once. What? DPS players get shafted in queue solo, yes. You're meant to play together in groups. With a tank or healer short queue, friend. $4 hours. That's fun. That's fun. Now, I'm going to be honest, guys. Okay. But could you? Okay, hear me out. So in Final Fantasy XIV, let's say you're on the data center that's fairly new with not a lot of players, like I am with my Catboy. I'm on Kraken, right? I want to queue up as a DPS on my own without anyone there with me. I want to queue up as a DPS. I don't want to wait 15 to 20 minutes or however long it will take, sometimes an hour maybe. So I go to another data center and I queue up there, like Lamia, or if you really want to try Ether or Crystal or one of the other ones. And you will get an almost instant queue pop sometimes there. There sometimes still is a bit of a wait, but it's usually not more than 5 to 10 minutes long. So is it possible in WoW to change your server so it can pop faster? Dex says it's not a data center issue in WoW. No one's running these dungeons from old expansions. What? Oh, he's acting that Chromie Time doesn't exist for new players. It didn't when Chromie Time launched, but it does now, and I think he doesn't know that. That's why I told you to get the fuck out the newbie rails. Does Chromie Time... Wait a minute. I don't think I know how to access Chromie Time, though. Oh my gosh. Okay, so after this video, I'm going to go into the game and I'm going to see if I can access Chromie Time. On my own, no help. Now, of course, I can hear Shay already. Shay's going to be like, well, you need to ask the friend. But some of this stuff should be given to you as a player. Because if you go straight into the game and you've been playing for, let's say, 20 to 30 hours, you might not feel confident still. Okay. Oh, says Epic, you thought people were running dungeons from old expansions? No. All of that is dead. Wasted assets outside of time walking. WoW doesn't have data centers like that. Everyone from the region is on the same data center. Okay. Yes, players are running the old dungeons. Data centers are all shared. Okay. So it's not a data center problem. Okay. FF14 tackles the issue of keeping old dungeons active for players going through MSQ via incentives to get old players to queue for them. Okay. That I get. Okay. Shay's saying players are running the old dungeon. There's just that large of a shortage of tanks. It's probably 5% tanks, 10% healers, and 85% DPS players. Same thing that's in FF14, Shay. Same thing in FF14. FF14 always has less tanks and healers going in, but because the content is more approachable, you can feel a bit confident to go in as a tank, brand new and shit the bed in some crazy content sometimes. You're just like, what are you doing? But like, you know, you just kind of roll with it. You kind of are like, put your tank stance on, use your mitts, good luck. You know, why are there not enough tanks? People are scared of playing tank healer. Oh, I get that. That's stress because the gameplay is different. Oh, and the game doesn't teach you. Also, healing and tanking is really stressful. Wow. Oh, I will say that in WoW, I haven't yet seen a Hall of the Novice, which happens in 14, where they teach you how to be a tank and they teach you how to be a healer. Like literally, you go through like a little course. I haven't yet seen a Hall of the Novice, but since I already know about tanking and healing and DPS, I didn't feel like I was lacking it, but people are scared of playing tank and healer. Shay. Yes, they are. They are not dead. Starter dungeons can be tanked even in DPS gear. Stuff dies so fast. That's Tutorial Island in WoW. I've never raided in 14, but my friend does, and he described it to me. It sounds lobotomized compared to WoW healing. Yeah, it probably depends on how well you are. For me, it's not. Like, for me, 14 is enough of a challenge, but I am not a mega bro. You know what I mean? So for me, it doesn't feel like that. But yeah, there's no incentive to do old dungeons. If you made a new character, you're going to pick one expansion, complete a chunk of it, and then go straight to Dragonflight. There's no XP to gain. Okay, I disagree with Shay. The only people queuing for old dungeons are leveling, which is rare. It's only during time walking events, currency incentives for max level players. WoW healing lets you react. FF14 healing is pure planned. Maybe that's why I enjoy 14. I don't like reacting, if that makes sense. Because I end up just button mashing. I'm not a really good healer or a good player. So I think for me, that's why 14 feels much better. I've rated Mythic when it was content as a DPS, and healing in WoW terrifies me, even when doing relatively easy content. Yeah, I would... Let's just say I'm going to stay far away from any healing in WoW because I'm shitty. I'm actually like stressed about going into a dungeon as an arcane mage because I'm pretty sure I'm playing it completely, absolutely shitty. I prefer to tank and heal way less stress, but I know I'm a minority. Yeah, Shay, you seem really special and very capable, I will say. But maybe it's also partially your experience shining out. You need to keep track of each group member. You have to interrupt and debuff each player while healing and dodging. Yeah, plus 10 other mechanics. Yeah, I don't want to do that bullshit. 14 is not lobotomized. It's more like a dance where you learn the routine of the boss, and then you try to keep your DPS up. And if you're a healer, you try to keep your DPS up while keeping everyone healed. So if any DPS or any tank is not doing what they should be doing, you should be there to do it. Now, there's an issue right now with healing in 14 where a lot of healers feel less needed because some of the support jobs are edging into their territory. So there's a discussion there that could be had about that. But 14 has a different issue. One thing that it does not have an issue with, and for me personally, specifically, subjectively speaking, it's more approachable, much more approachable. That's what I will say. So like I got into healing fairly early on. Like, I think I got into healing by the time I hit Heaven's Word, maybe. Maybe Heaven's Word, I started healing, which is crazy, considering I'd never played an MMO like that before. But once again, it's a different kind of an MMO. So I'm not expecting WoW to be like that. I don't expect WoW to be like that, by the way. I just need to be clear about that. But WoW raid healing is unique. I loved it. Yeah, it sounds like something I would never want to do. Deck said... Okay, so Deck is saying that it's difficult to queue. And Shay's wondering whether it's a DPS thing. And yeah. Each time is different. Raids are not choreographed like 14. Yeah, I think I would just be stressed out. Maybe I should not choose to go for any kind of raid in WoW, because it sounds like I'll just get stressed out. But anyway, I might try. Obviously not a mythic raid. I think I would probably die, but maybe like a normal one. We'll see. Can I do it without any add-ons? Because I don't want to add add-ons on. But anyway... It sounds like DPS have a harder time. And to be fair, 14 also has more of a wait time for DPS. I just think it's weird that you're waiting 4 hours to queue for a dungeon just because it's off season or something. That's wild to me. That's kind of weird. But okay, let's keep and look at this bro here who's sleeping like a really creepy furry on a bed.
So, if you ask me, asking a new player to AFK in a queue is not much of a solution to this problem. And if you're not convinced that this is a problem, let me put it this way. Blizzard putting WoW on sale like this is basically them trying to fill a bathtub. But what they, well, probably realize but have not yet acted on is that bathtub, well, you know, doesn't really have a plug in it. So all of those new players they chuck into World of Warcraft simply just drain away. Okay, look, I've got to pull the handbrake and do a crazy power turn, but trust me, I'm actually going somewhere with this. It's relevant. The Final Fantasy XIV director wrote blogs early in the game's life, and he talked about something similar. There was a quest in A Realm Reborn. A few of you may know it. It asked you to get a full set of item level 5+ gear, and right beside that quest giver was an NPC vendor. That vendor sold the last item that you needed, a piece of leg armor, and the game explains all of this stuff to you. But here's what happened. Even with all of that, their stopping point data showed something different. The data showed this was the quest most quitting players stopped at. Which is kind of crazy, right? Such a simple barrier, yet it kind of destroyed their player sign.
However, this ended up... So all you have to do is buy leg armor from the NPC that's right there, and you can complete the quest. However, this ended up being the #1 early game quest where people stopped playing Final Fantasy XIV. Looking at all of the data trends for players who quit by level 14, you can see a clear spike in the graph at this quest, a whopping 7%. Even though the NPC tells you you can become stronger by equipping new gear, and that you can buy gear from NPC shops, there are so many games to play these days that people skip reading the text. Then they stop playing for what? Oh wow, is this Asmongold? Then they stop playing for one of 3 reasons. They don't know how to change their equipment, they don't know what item level means, or they don't know where to get the equipment that they need. Now, if I understand Shay rightly, this is where you would stop and be like, talk to somebody that you don't know in the game. But given that this is really early on, like, I think this kind of quest being is it level 14 or 15? You can get to this level really early on, quite early on, like within one play session. I just don't see people stopping. You know? Okay, so let's keep going.
Now they ended up changing this. They changed it to be more clear. When they changed, it actually worked. More people stayed. You see, players don't like being confused. They don't like feeling confused. And in this case, it's new players who have not put hours into an MMO. They're gonna feel confused real easy. MMOs are overwhelming. They won't put up with the sorts of bullshit that you and I will put up with basically all the time. Hey, we're WoW players, we're used to it. But they won't put up with that. Now, I do not have access to Blizzard's stopping point data, but I can promise you this. They have tons of people who finish the Dragonflight campaign They hit the wall that Milk Genius hit, and then they get confused. The campaign stops giving them gear. They find that they cannot kill mobs. They also can't find side quests. They get confused. They don't like feeling confused. They try to Google things about the game, but Google's a mess.
Okay, so him talking about this here works for me if you're brand new to the game. I feel like if you're brand new to the game, it's within your first 5 hours, maybe 10 hours of the game. I get you're confused, you will give up. That's basically kind of what I did during my second run at World of Warcraft. I was shunted into BFA, ended up on a ship, went into a jail, stopped playing, quit. Never went back. And part of it is like, I did the island and I felt like I couldn't play well. I didn't know where I was going. And the story especially confused the fuck out of me. I was like, I just didn't care. So it was really easy for me to forget about the game and to put it to the side and not think about it. I'm less... Although I agree that this early problem that Naoki Yoshida pointed out is a fair thing for like a brand new player, by level 70, wouldn't you have that confidence though to do what Shay recommended? Like, how fast does it take? Like, how fast does it take to get to 70? It should take like a couple weeks, right? So like surely by then you would have like the newcomer channel, or like somebody, like you could maybe ask someone by then if you run into something. Like I get how it's a problem that you run into a wall early on. Within the first, let's say, 20 levels, that's a problem. But at 70, I can see where Shay is going here, because at 70 is different than 20. Am I crazy? I don't know. If you're new, you might just get into a groove instead of learning enough to ask other players for help. That's fair. So like maybe, so what Shay might be talking about here is up to this point in 70, the game acts like a solo content game. So I think I'm seeing where Shay is having an issue. So I agree with Bellular talking about Yoshida's observation. I actually think he's correct. There are lots of people who will quit on a game for any number of reasons, and one of them is confusion. As soon as there's a block, they're going to go. And I get that part for like the first 20 levels. But in this situation, it seems like it was smooth sailing all the way up to 70. And it handheld you to the point that when you get to 70 and you hit your first real challenge, that's when people might be quitting. And that to me is a bit of a problem. Because I understand quitting within the first 20. Am I crazy here? I understand quitting in the first 20 because you're nervous. You don't know the community. You might have social anxiety like myself. You might like want to just try things out. And I understand like a game failing within the first 20 levels. That's a problem, right? That's a problem. We can all maybe agree that's a problem. But if it's later at 70, is that the game, or is that the player at that point because they got to 70. Or is the switcheroo too fast? Is the switcheroo too fast? So maybe there's a switcheroo happening. And some people might give up. But I have to agree with Shay here. At this point, at level 70, I hate to be a bit mean here, but is it a skill issue? Like at this point, at level 70, I understand that it might be too much of a switch and it suddenly hits you out of nowhere. I get that. But like at that point, like I just wonder. I want to listen to that again. I want to listen to it again. Sorry, chat. I know. Sorry, I just want to listen to this again.
Feel easy. MMOs are overwhelming. They won't put up with the sorts of bullshit that you and I will put up with basically all the time. Hey, we're WoW players. We're used to it. But they won't put up with that. Now, I do not have access to Blizzard's stopping point data, but I can promise you this. They have tons of people who finish the Dragonflight campaign. They hit the wall that Milk Genius hit, and then they get confused. The campaign stops giving them gear. They find that they cannot kill mobs. They also can't find side quests. They get confused. They don't like feeling confused. They try to Google things about the game, but Google's a mess. WoW data is just spread across lots of different websites, ones that are useful but often high cognitive load to use. So what happens is they simply quit. I think...
That could be a fair explanation, that they do make an effort to figure something out, but they can't. He is pointing out that some players could get confused with whatever. But I still... How confused can you get at 70? That's so interesting. My 14 experience, I played the first expansion, A Realm Reborn. Everyone should bless their lucky stars. They did not have to go in a dungeon with me. I don't think I was that bad, but I certainly was not great. Heaven's word, I realized that my camera situation was getting out of control. I couldn't handle myself in really critical combat. I kept dying. And that's when I discovered the legacy camera. That's right, I didn't discover the legacy camera until Heaven's word. I found the legacy camera and my life changed almost overnight. So I was able to move better. So I started dying less. That was fantastic. But then I ran into something that is kind of weird. But I ran into a gear wall by accident. Because you see, I didn't understand that the MSQ was giving me gear. And I may have chosen gear based off of the fashion. You can all laugh at me, chat. It's fine. Just laugh. So, although I was playing MSQ as a summoner, I couldn't go further as a summoner because I had chosen out of the 5 key pieces that they gave me through the 5 MSQ quests, the summoner, the casters, and the healers same rewards for the quest. So when you get that particular MSQ quest, the first, let's say quest 1 will give you the melee physical stuff, gear. So you can choose one of those. And then the second quest will give you the caster healer stuff. And then the third quest will go back and give you, let's say, the chest piece for the physical melee. And then the fourth quest will give you the chest piece for the healer caster. Guess what I did? I was choosing the melee stuff at random, which didn't matter because I wasn't playing a tank or like a physical, like a melee class. But when it came time to choose the gear from the healer caster pool, I was randomly choosing based off of fashion. This was during the Heavensward arc. And if you're not careful and you don't know what you're doing, you can actually lock yourself into a weird gear wall in Heavensward to such a degree that I couldn't go further as either a white mage or a summoner. I was stuck in the MSQ. I couldn't go further. So I did some digging. I did not talk to people. I instead went to Google and I researched, and I discovered that in order to get the gear, I had to go to a specific dungeon and grind it out. And I was a bit unsure on how to do that. So I queued up for the dungeon again, and I played it again, hoping that pieces would drop for me. And while I was in the dungeon, I struck up conversation. Once again, very rare, but there was some chatty people in the dungeon. And they found out that I was looking for a specific piece of gear from the dungeon because I was stuck in the MSQ. So one of the people, a very kind soul, this is showing how Shay's theory is correct. The kind soul ran the dungeon unsynced for me because they were obviously higher level. And they ran it again and again until I got 2 more pieces that I needed. No market board, no dongas. I had to do a donga. Herman's laughing. So I did what Shay did insofar as I found one player who would help me do it. And that is, I think, the power of the MMO. And it was one of the things that endeared me to Final Fantasy XIV because I began to realize that there were really genuinely kind people who would run unsynced dungeons with you if you needed to pick up gear. And so this is where I'm saying I ran into a gear wall earlier on because of my own sheer stupidity. With the game giving me everything I needed, I still made a mistake, okay? So the game still gave me, or was trying to give me, everything that I needed. I still fucked up, but thankfully the community was there as my fallback to help me pick myself up and continue on, which was very, very kind of them to do. So even if the game is holding your hand insofar as providing you with what you need, it's still, the community still has to be, at the end of the day, ready, to help you there. Okay, I'm going to scroll up on chat. Part of this I'm flipping about. WoW used to be niche. MMOs used to be niche. I feel 14 changed this a lot. I'm not sure why, but MMO players exploded. Maybe drawing from the deep FF pool of players. But they don't feel like the same sort of players. Then you have Blizz bringing in Mythic Plus players. And part of me is like, WoW was never intended for so many different types of players. I don't think Final Fantasy XIV has anything to do with the creation of the casual player. What you're talking about, Shay, is what I call like the hyper casual or the casual player. I'm not talking about you casual. You think you're casual. You're not really casual. You're a very, very experienced role player and like casual player, but like not a hyper casual. I think, from what I understand, from my own perception of it from the outside looking in, WoW was the game that everyone played. That's what everyone keeps telling me. Everyone keeps telling me that everyone was playing WoW. Like millions of players were playing WoW. So yes, WoW might have been niche-ish, but I still think it attracted over time a large scope of different kinds of players. And they figured out, I think, fairly quickly who was going to pay the most. But for reasons I still am not 100% certain, they've alienated to a certain degree a portion of those players. Maybe they think that they can run their game like Final Fantasy XIV completely off of the hyper casuals. Maybe that's it. Okay, this is my theory. Maybe they thought we can go for the hyper casual money. All right, hyper casual money, and then have this high end shit for them. But it doesn't make sense for the Mythic Plus. Like, what are they doing? So I don't know what's going on, because with right now, it's almost like WoW is bipolar. But I don't think I don't think Final Fantasy XIV players went to WoW. If anything, it's the opposite. Now we have a lot of WoW people with WoW mentality and WoW trauma coming in and acting like complete assholes in our game. I don't think FF14's pool of players ever migrated over to WoW and like impacted WoW. I just think WoW attracted a whole range of players because it was so popular. And you're going to pick up like the min-maxers, and then you're going to pick up the hyper casuals. But there's a difference between being a hyper casual and being a newbie. Like even hyper casuals in Final Fantasy XIV, like generally speaking, the hyper casuals who are scared to go in a dungeon just run it like they never had a real lease on life until they made it soloable. Now they can go and do their solo stuff and not inflict themselves on the general populace. I just don't know if FF14 fans really impacted WoW. But what is possible is WoW looked sideways and said, we want some of that casual money, hyper casual money. And that may have, what's the word? Neutered the game, or caused the game to lose its identity, homogenized the game. And by the way, Shay, I just want to say that I believe Wooly believes that Final Fantasy XIV has also been homogenized in the name of catering to people who were complaining about various difficulties, and class distinctions basically were eradicated. And some of it was because of people chasing meta on a rating level, just like Blizzard has people chasing rating, on this meta level, min-maxing the fun out of everything. But some of it is also these hyper casuals complaining about shit. But they don't feel like the same sort of players. Then you have Blizzbring. Okay. It is meant to be that way now, and I acknowledge that Blizzard has failed to address the needs of those players as they try to attract them. They just assume an MMO player wants to do all their leading MMO shit. Yeah, here's my issue, Shay, is let's say, Lord forbid, they decide to switch audiences. Okay, I don't want this for you guys. But let's pretend that Blizz, for some reason, fell on their heads and decided they wanted some new audience. Okay? They're going about it wrong, right? Like, you're giving us a shitty story, so us story people are not going to be there for you. Some of the new glams are apparently better, but there's a lot of the stuff that looks painted on. It's not going to appeal to a lot of the more feminine eye. Like, I'm like, who are they trying to sell it to at this point? They should lean into what Wooly likes and what you like and what everyone else likes, which is the high reactive stuff and, you know, the kind of the gritty nature of their storytelling. I don't know. They quit without asking anyone. Yeah, he's right. And this is why they quit. They quit after dumping 70 levels into first character because they're unwilling to MMO play with other players and ask someone for help. No veteran players should be letting new players get here. Bliss shouldn't let new players get here. Even Whiteout Survival requires you to join a guild to advance. But new players should take some responsibility for not asking. And if they quit instead of asking, maybe an MMO isn't what they should be playing. I don't know. Really big mixed feelings. I agree. Okay. Well, I sort of agree. I agree that if they quit instead of asking, maybe an MMO isn't what they should be playing. It depends on when that's supposed to be happening, right? Like I said, if they're not asking within the first 20 levels of the game, I think that person's probably not going to fit an MMO and they should just let it go. This is not for them. But if the game is making it really hard to get invested into within the first 20 levels, I think that's where you got to start asking yourself, where is it going wrong? Right? Now, in 14, they don't force you to join a guild, but they get you into a dungeon that you could play with real people pretty quickly. And I remember Preach's wife playing 14 for the first time. She has this huge, she has this stream of people, not huge, but, like a good chunk of people there ready to play with her. And she's like, oh, I don't know if I want to go into a dungeon. She was apparently burned in a WoW dungeon. And she was scared to go into a Final Fantasy 14 dungeon. And people were like, no, we'll come in from the stream and you'll run it with us. She couldn't even handle the idea that someone from her own stream, which was her fan, would be willing to run a dungeon and be good to her. Like, it was next level weird. I was like, wow, that's some trauma. And like, I don't want to shit on Preach's wife, right? Obviously, like Emma's great. But what I mean to say is, like, I understand people's extreme anxiety about going in and playing with another group of humans, even if you're doing just DPS, right? I get that. That's your first dungeon. You're a baby. You're scared. And it's going to take, it's not going to be easy for you, even with people maybe at your beck and call being like, I will go into this dungeon with you and we'll go nice and slow and you'll have the time of your life. It'll be like a little kiddie coaster ride, right? But there are people like who feel that way, who can get that way. Now, maybe they shouldn't be playing it, but maybe if they gave themselves a chance and grew into it, they could. So this is where I'm saying is I agree. If you reach level 70 and you haven't gotten to talking to people, I think there's a problem. But I understand why you might be struggling a lot in the earlier part of the game. And you might not want to talk in Gen Chat. And you might not want to join a guild. You can always talk to the whole community any time in the game. Yeah, there's a dilemma that buying an expansion lets you get an instant 70. Oh, by the way, when I started playing Guild Wars 2, they tried to shove at me a level skip. So World of Warcraft isn't the only one that tries to push players into high levels right away. It's really wild. It's like, I paid for this game. I kind of want to play it from the beginning. I don't know. I wish this was a more recent experience for me, says math teacher Josh. I feel like I can't comment. I don't think there's a switcheroo. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just watching and eating popcorn. There's Deck is pointing out that people may not get acquainted with stuff. It's been so long. Herman's laughing at me. Pre-patch events should not be used as an argument. This only happens at the end of XPack, so it's irrelevant for the majority of the time. Yeah, and pre-patch events may not be obvious to all players. I did that too, won't even lie. I was expecting to get the gear that mattered during dungeons. Herman's really having fun at my expense. He's done laughing now. I spent my first year playing WoW equipping for fashion. Yeah, Shay, in 14, item level is actually, let's just say, important. If you fuck your item level up, you can't go further. If Bell is saying this player ended the campaign in the level 40 range, what did this player do from 40-ish to 70? I don't know. I think side stuff. I'm in a streamers guild of 500. Some people who are all the WoW players who played when the game was new and full of nostalgia. They're incredibly helpful, and I've been in a community like this in WoW in a long time. Looks like WoW's having a comeback. Being able to get stuck is bad game design, period. Having to rely on a community is unreliable, even if endearing. Not everyone's going to have that same experience as you, which is the problem. It is the problem, right? That's what I'm trying to say. Pretty cool. But on the other hand, I was being a moron. It was great that that one player ran unsynced for me. Okay. Now, technically pretty cool. I figured it out on my own using Google that I needed to just run that dungeon over and over. The only way that the community helped me in this story that I told is that they helped me get it faster because they were running it unsynced. They were like a level 80 and this was like a level 60 dungeon. So they were able to like really go through it over and over really, really quickly to so that I could get the pieces I needed. So it was, the game hadn't closed it off entirely. I could still get that gear by doing the newest dungeon. I would have just had to spend like 2 to 3 days, depending on RNG, to get the gear I needed. This person simply expedited it, if that makes sense. But it certainly was like a shock. It was a shock. It's how well it's meant to be played, and I have a great time with them. I spent lots of nights just leveling people with my tank ults. Shay is like one of those pillars of the WoW community. She should probably get a medal. She's like party and party finder. I'm not exactly sure what we're talking about here, but once new players move on to endgame content, the game fundamentally shifts, and nothing thus far prepares new players for this. That does sound like a problem. That does sound like a problem. At the height of Wrath of the Lich King, WoW had 10 million subs. That's how big the game was. Yeah. There's no way Final Fantasy 14 players were floating into WoW and affecting the WoW player base. I think WoW just picked up shit. WoW is designed to be hardcore by hardcore devs. The game developers literally called Elias jerks. WoW makes content specifically for hardcore people and forgets the majority players. But that's why I'm so confused, guys. I'm so confused because this is what I'm hearing. Okay, so hear me out here. Okay, history of WoW. Okay, devs look at Ultima and EverQuest and want to make something casual. They make WoW. Then question mark, WoW becomes hardcore only. How? This part right here, that's where I want to know. What happened there? That's wild, right? We start out with, we want to make a casual MMO. And now they're like min-maxing. I don't know. Casual players exist because they just do old content and wander around aimlessly. Hyper casuals are Limsa AFKers. Hey, Gremia. That's what I mean, is that Blizzard is trying to become a jack of all trades when it was never meant to be one. Yeah. Wasn't there an exodus from WoW to 14, which would offset player expectations of 14? The original backbone for 14 was 1.0 players and old FF11 players, and they already had certain etiquette that permeated the game in 2.0. A lot of what we see in 14 today comes from that. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I don't see how Final Fantasy I don't see how Final Fantasy has anything to do with it. I'm going to be frank. Final Fantasy, compared to what WoW was with 10 mil players or whatever it was, is like a dolphin beside a blue whale. I honestly don't know how Final Fantasy, what it has to do with it. But I definitely can say that WoW refugees are changing Final Fantasy. That's for sure. WoW, well, not changing Final Fantasy, but they're becoming a vocal voice, and it's changing some of 14 for the better. But some of it, they need to like tone their shit down. Final Fantasy 14 rolled around and Blizzard lost their shit. Okay, Shay. Okay. That makes sense. I wonder if Blizzard looked sideways and panicked at the competition. Just the panicked at the competition. What do you think about that? Do you think it was like, oh no, competition, panic? WoW isn't neutered. Okay. It has too many subgroups with conflicting interests that cannot all be provided for. I think that's what Shay is saying. I don't necessarily mean the migration of a community. I mean, rolled around. Okay. WoW started getting more casual very early on. I don't know how much 14 would have affected that. I'm going to offer a dissenting opinion. Okay. It's a meme to say that WoW is twitchy gameplay focused. Yes, that exists and it's very visible, but there's comparatively way more content for casual players. Yeah. Okay, so if we're talking about 14 and WoW and their relationship, as far as I'm concerned, as far as it's clear to me, it's always been WoW to 14, WoW to 14. WoW has been losing players to 14. Now, they might have sat down and thought, why are we losing players to 14? And maybe they came away with, we need to make it more casual. I don't know. You guys tell me. I could see them panicking over 14 because there were 2 exoduses once during Warlords of Draenor, according to Ben. Ben says here there were 2 exoduses once during Warlords of Draenor during Heavensward. That's when Zeppela went over, and once from Shadowlands to Shadowbringers, which is when Asmongold was playing, and that's when I came in, basically. So but I could see just the existence of 14, but then we have to ask ourselves, why did people leave in WoD to go to 14? And why did people leave in Shadowlands to go to 14? And what is it possible that the people in charge of Blizzard mistook the reason why people were leaving World of Warcraft? Is it possible? Because I think a lot of people left in Shadowlands because the people who were leaving in Shadowlands weren't the Mythic Plus raiders, right? They're always going to stay. The people who left in Shadowlands were the lore people. No? Was it not them? Can't speak for anyone. And so then everything after Shadowlands is them trying to fix their narrative to be equal to Final Fantasy 14. Good luck with that. And like even Dawntrail with its problems is at least more cohesive so far than what I've encountered. Can't speak for anyone else. But after playing WoW, 14 was a soft landing. Well, yeah. I mean, especially for someone with your talents, right, Willie? Like, some of you guys in chat are legitimate Giga Chad gamers. So, like, you going from WoW to 14 was probably like, oh, okay. And everyone knows that 14 combat is hardly as reactive as WoW is, especially, like, apparently, like, the actual, like, ping in the way that the actual combat handles is such that they had to lean into what they did lean into because of their netcode or whatever. WoW dungeon runs could be brutal. Yeah, I don't know if I'd enjoy that, but I still want to try. Like in WoW, you go into a level 10 dungeon. And there's some loser who plays 16 hours a day, abusing people in the chat because they're not doing Mythic Plus routes. The community is just terrible. Popular WoW YouTube has skewed emphasis. I worry Bell and Preach and others might poison the well. Okay. Yeah. And that's okay. So here's the thing. I actually really like Preach. I'm not gonna lie. I respect Preach on a large level. I really do. Bellular, I mean, he's a good chap, I guess. I don't hate Bellular. I watch him on occasion. But my thing is, I wanted to try it for myself. But yeah, and I think if Blizzard's going to rely on the community, they need to go back to a guild focus. Cataclysm, they did that, and everyone had a guild up. But for some reason, Blizzard decided it was bad. Is there some reason? Honestly, I think people saying 14 is as toxic as well as a different kind of cope. 14 has cliques, but they block and ban you from Discord. You can't get the same aggression in chat. Yeah, I've only had like maybe 2 to 3 negative things. But once again, it's not that bad. You can usually brush it off, and Ben and Party kind of prop me up because I'm such a perfectionist. I've never understood why. It's a glorious time for the community and offset that introduction of LFG and LFR. She did tell us to laugh at her. Yeah. There was an elitism among guilds that was born of it, and not every guild was getting max level guild. And Billy said that was the reason, but there's always elitists. Has positive toxicity, which is nothing like being flamed at by a WoW tank that pulls wall to wall before you're done typing hello in chat. Yeah, I will say this. The toxic positivity is actually not in the game. The toxic positivity is all around the game for 14 in the forums, which is causing, how can I say this? The toxic positive people are not helping the devs figure out where they went wrong. And it's inflaming the wild, crazy people to say even crazier shit. So that's where I think the problem is. So like the toxic positivity is not within the game itself. It's like surrounding the game, if that makes sense. That's how I read that problem. And it's not helpful, actually. That's why I want to do my review the way I want to do it, because I want to I think the same way you, Chieko, say we're not casual, it's the same way WoW is casual compared to EverQuest. It's still made by elitist raiders from EverQuest who wanted more of the same but different. Okay. Okay, Galaxy Brain. Sim just like cracked open my skull. Okay, so if we go back down, do you remember how I typed that thing out? And I said I was confused about how we got here. The reality is that here, we'll put air quotes, casual. Like that. And then down here, instead of becomes hardcore only, they make WoW. And then let's say hardcore gets out of control. And then WoW tries to shift focus as people leave WoD and Shadowlands. And then, yeah, it's not good. Ian has Acostus. Oh, is that the guy with the hair that's slowly disappearing? Fireballing. Hello, Fireballing. WoW players got a big head because their games was most popular. They think they're better and talk about everything as if they themselves make the game. Okay. I'm going to be honest, Fireball. You're seem to be new. I'm very new to this game. I'm sitting on the sidelines with popcorn. I play Final Fantasy XIV mainly. But I wanted to try WoW out for myself. Because as I was saying earlier, I do respect Preach and Bellular to a certain degree. But even though I might respect someone and think that they're great people, doesn't mean that I think they might have everything right. And I want to try it out for myself. So that's why I started playing the game myself. And it has had its ups and downs. There are some ups. There's a lot of downs. Whether it's panic or greed, they were looking at FF14 for sure. And Shay, if there was an Exodus and WoD and Shadowlands, could that be why they started making changes so radically? Torghast really was a tower of death. Everyone had to do Torghast to raid. I think there was a whole meme about Preach losing his hair in Torghast. My comment about guild levels was after Ian got a job, but Ian was the reason old WoW went hard elitist. Okay, so we'll put the word Eon here. We'll put it there. Speaking for myself, I left during BFA due to it being a downgrade from Legion across the board. Everything from class design to the story to the raids was just awful. Okay, so we have actually 3 points of exits. We got WoD, we got BFA, and we got Shadowlands. So we got Wooly leaving because of downgrade, did class design, story, raids. Why were people leaving in WoD? Does anyone know? I know that Zepla felt alone in her guild. People left in WoD over flying. I think the problem started with the Burning Crusade. So pretty cool. Your aspect about how they got used to making new stuff in a new zone, I think that was very compelling. I, of course, although I find it compelling, I don't know if it's true though. Flying, content drought. Okay, so WoD is flying, content drought, and skill changes. People left in Shadowlands were mad about the real life drama. Oh yes, breast milk. Gameplay. Wow, when they went to 14? Really? Lower. Eon just continued what they'd been doing. That's an interesting assessment. Pretty cool. I played vanilla raids on par as meant to be done, but more casual players were running them by then because main raiders were doing PC raids. Bell's video seems to have its roots in player data. That's what I've seen. Data always tells us part of the story and not the full story. That's a fair remark, Jonathan. DBC and vanilla still have some overlap, but TBC was beginning of pushing people towards expansion of specific areas and content rather than building on the world. Yeah. And if you expand too much, then that can be a problem. Major problem with WoD was the content drought primarily. Interesting. People left in WoD because there wasn't much to do outside raids. It was a non-level. Wait a minute. So people are saying content drought. Math teacher Josh says there wasn't much to do outside of raids. Guys, if they don't have outside, so like if they only have raiding, doesn't that mean that the content drought was for casuals and midcore? Story disconnect. Every problem we discussed over the last few hours stems around WoW does expansions, which start with TBC. Lore at cons. Garrisons were bad too. Do I have class in the morning? No. Not on Mondays. But people hated Garrison for a variety of reasons. Going to repost the WoW patch schedule chart on Discord. WoD had the same length for the last patch to the previous mob had. 39. Pandaria and WoD did have major content droughts. And the content drought was precisely for casuals and midcore. WoD predates Infinite. Guys. Okay, so what if during WoD, this content drought, plus combined with them taking away flying, right, all of that, what if that led to exodus of casuals midcore? And where did those casuals in midcore go? Where did they go? They went to Final Fantasy XIV. And you could see here the upper powers that be panic and try to turn the game around massively. And then down here, we have downgraded class designs and stuff. So then we have the niche gamers like Wooly. Where did they go? They go to Final Fantasy XIV. I still don't know exactly if he went straight to Final Fantasy XIV. He probably did other stuff in between. Let's be real. But Wooly ended up in Final Fantasy XIV. Then we have breast milk, gameplay, and lore decisions. So what happens? Lore and others. Exodus to FF14, which has a better story. Fight me. And then what do they be? Powers that be panic and try to transform the story into a massive trilogy arc with Metzen at the lead to be like FF14, but they are currently failing. So it is very possible that what we can learn from here is that you should never be just reacting to bullshit. Fortnite. Shadowlands was the coup de grace, while Warlords of Draenor was the KO. Oh, interesting, Willie. Warlords of Draenor took away flying, then made it obnoxious to get. 14 just gave you flying. Yeah, Aether Currents, super easy. World of Darkness and Legion both had massive gold farms. New players couldn't buy anything. Finding Aether Currents. Do you remember how many Aether Currents we would have to find Epic in the old version? They toned that shit down. But I remember like crawling through. I died from mobs looking for Aether quests, especially in Heavensward. Holy shit, that stuff was rough. Heavensward and Stormblood was like scary. But the time between patches was long. I heard about content drought. Why would we fight you, Chieko, when it's true? Misintroduced world quests. I don't know. Yeah, I think it feels like Shay is correct that WoW probably was affected by 14 insofar as 14 was plugging along and picking up the cast-offs, and WoW wanted to have it all. And I think I think Yoshi P once said we want to have it all as well. But the problem with wanting to have it all is that you stop being good at the thing that you're good at. And so it's a dangerous thing to be completely profit driven, because then you stop making great decisions and you start just trying to like do whack-a-mole for people's interests. And this can be a bit dangerous because this can lead to a lack of identity for your game. And if your game is for everybody, then your game is for nobody. And the same thing with Final Fantasy XIV, by the way. Final Fantasy XIV is trying to appeal to the hardcore World of Warcraft players and have been trying to like create that difficult single player difficult content. But at the same point in time, Square Enix keeps allocating their development. I just found out that Creative Studios 3 made the new Ivalice remake. So I'm just like, oh my lord. Like, I don't know. I do get worried about resource strain because it feels like Square Enix is relying heavily on Creative Studio 3. That's never good. To rely solely on one group of devs, one studio. But anyway, yeah. All right, let's keep going.
Doing these sales, Blizzard is pouring time and effort into finding water for the bucket, but they haven't perhaps realized or acted on the fact there's a giant hole in the bottom of that bucket. But I do have some good news. It's not all hopelessness, because our boy Milk Genius found a way out. You see, once Milk Genius put on that new bit of gear, the hat that I described that gave him thousands more stats, everything changed. His new hat made him so strong that he could kill 3 quest mobs at the same time when he popped all of his cooldowns. Not very impressive, but it was a massive difference. It was moving from playing the game feeling impossible to feeling technically possible. Now, questing was still extremely slow. Gear came in drips and drops, and some slots just felt impossible to replace. So eventually, Matt, who, by the way, was the man behind Milk Genius, he ended up just giving up. He was tired of pretending to be a new player. He wanted a way out. Now, someone suggested he log out for 2 whole months, and that in doing so, the gear update function of the game would appear and give him a starting set. That was of course not very appealing, so instead he learned tailoring and he just went and made all of his own gear. And this worked by pure luck. Cloth drops came from mobs anyway, but say a plate wearer needing to go and mine ore, well, that is a whole different story. Anyway, over the next level or two, he was able to craft enough gear to catch up, to make Milk Genius strong. Turned out that Matt's game knowledge just got him back on track because he knew how to use the crafting system. That meant that now he could level up to 80 without having to pull individual mobs one at a time. And with that problem solved, he could start in the real task: suffering, playing at max level, which was the entire point of Milk Genius's existence. Now, part of all of this was actually fun, to be clear. Squeezing out
So they went with the crafting route. Shay, didn't you say something about crafting being one of the ways for you to yeah, it seems like they didn't want to go with that one fix, which was like logging off or whatever. Even they were like, that's ridiculous. But it's crazy how someone recommended that, like straight off the gate. But I mean, check this out. Ready? Wait one sec. Oh Lord, I'm gonna have to, where is it? Okay, ready, set, 1, 2, 3, go. Oh, look at that. You didn't even have to hear my voice again. This is WoW community giving me a tip. Are you on retail? They added a rotation helper and a 1-button rotation button. You can enable it through options and find the 1-button rotation in your spell book. So, yeah. Yeah. It's so funny. So I get how like some people might feel like, oh, I was like, you know, like this whole like log out thing, that whole log out bullshit. Like that would be what some players would unironically tell you, right? I could totally see that. I've also seen some behavior like that sometimes in 14 where people will give people really poor advice and you're like, what are you doing? But he's crafting now. I'm going to be honest. I've avoided crafting so far on my boy. Probably big mistake. But I'm scared because in this game, you only get 2 classes that you can get for crafting / gathering. You only get 2 choices, 2 options, I guess. I don't know. I thought there was like a limitation, but you guys can tell me if I'm wrong or not. But anyhow, so then I'm stuck because I'm like, what do I choose? Like if I choose the wrong one, will I be able to make the thing that I need to make? There are ways to address this much faster. Yeah. Blizzard can't, let's see. Square is going to be the death of CBU3 in general and Yoshida-san specifically. Well, until now, I thought that they were on their own. Then they came out with Final Fantasy 16 under their belt. And I was like, okay. But granted, it wasn't the whole team that was taken to do Final Fantasy 16. But there was a chunk of people who went there. So then it's like, okay, so it's not all of the, like, obviously not all of the development of 16 impacted what was going on in 14. But then I found out that on top of that, they have 2 other games going, and one of them is the Ivalice remaster. Now, once again, remastering a game, I don't think that would take every single bit of resource out of the team, but it does make you realize that CBU, like Creative Studio 3, might be spread thin a little bit. And so when they say we're going to have more rewards and then they're not committing on that, I have to ask what's happening behind the scenes, because we know that they can commit on stuff. They've committed on stuff before. So something else must be going on. And that's where I start, suffering, crying, laughing. Shay says, a new player might find this if they talk to a trainer NPC for professionals that's probably standing nearby, but also experienced players should grab and explain this. Maybe not. Called it hubris early. It's the only thing that makes sense. Eon at long last has gone over it, and now in every end to you, he mentions evergreen content. Or maybe the powers that be are breathing down his neck. Evergreen content. Maybe the game should force you to take professions with which you can make your own gear for your first character. I have a problem with everything beyond here because I just can't believe that players are quitting rather than figuring out how to gear, even with the example from the other game he threw out there. Yes. Okay. So once again, I understand that Yoshida was looking at player data and was like, oh, people aren't getting past this quest. But the quest that Yoshida was talking about, Shay, is like within the first 5 to 10 quests of the game. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that hard. Or at least maybe that was like an older version. So he was mentioning level 14, but that's still within like a good 5 to 10 hours. Do you know what I'm saying? So I agree with the spirit of what he said, but I don't like how he linked it to a level 70 or even a level 40 player, because that to me is a bit weird. Like, even someone like myself who is more quieter, is not seeking social engagement in an MMO, crazy as that might sound. It's like the reason why I live in a city, or I lived in a city, but I never went outside. It's the same kind of vibe. That's how I like to live. Even someone like me started asking around and figuring stuff out, if that makes sense. So, like, I understand the first 10 to 20 levels, people might get a little, confused and might quit, like I did with BFA. But that's not the same as someone grinding out 40 to 70 levels and then giving up. We're already hearing your voice. You're the one avoiding that suffering. Sim. Such love, Sim. If you just walk around the game a bit, you'll find upgrades. Of course, why would you play the game anyway? These people, man. Or someone will take you to the AH or through dungeon, either of them, or if you ask, I buy legit noobs gear if they're not on trial account. That's something that sucks, though. You cannot help people on the trial count the same way you can help them if they sub. Chat is restricted. Trade is restricted. Grouping is... Yeah, but we can all... Let's all admit... Let's all say it together, chat. WoW trial is absolute shit, okay? It is. I'm sorry, WoW people. It is. It's shit. Now, in 14, you cannot privately text people. And they cannot trade with you. And you cannot get on the market board. So it is restricted. But they can invite you to party. So one time, there were 2 free players. Okay. They were in Limsa, and they asked people, using say function, they asked people, can you guys invite me and my friend to a party and then leave that party so we can be in a party together? And I did it for them. Because I was like, why not? So I grouped up with these 2 people, didn't know them, then left the group instantaneously. So they could be grouped together, even though they are free trial players. Trial needs to be way more inclusive. The options work together. So really, when you go leatherworking, you need to take skinning, etc. Come now, Shay. If the trial is not sufficiently restrictive, it wouldn't incentivize a game as sub-purchase. Think of the poor Acti Blizz King executive in need of an extra Coke line. You can switch out your crafting professions. Oh my gosh. 2 main professions per character. What? Capping at 50 or 60 should... I ignore professions for the majority of my time playing WoW. I think professions WoW are terrible, at least before Dragonflight rework. I wonder which division is doing the FF9 remake. They're boring and uninteresting, IMO. Professions are useless to an experienced casual since mob, but useful to new players. And useful to 1%ers. Yep, inflation is rough on poor executives. Smiley face. Wow, Wooly is on a tear. This is great. Keep it up, Wooly. 14, preventing people from continuing the trial after paying a sub is a nice scam. That is. Yeah. That is also pretty bad. But if I recall correctly, does WoW let you do that? Does WoW let you play the game after you stop paying your sub? Does it let you do a free account as well? Yeah. So like if you stop paying a sub, you can play in the same account but free? If WoW Trial could allow most functionality but only cap you to, I don't have a sub, I can download the game and log into my account. The features are restricted. Never tried, wouldn't know. Miro, you're not subbed right now to WoW, and you unsubbed. Ooh, Deck, can you go in there? Could you go in there? And see? So log into your old account and see if you can start a new character. I'm very interested on the stuff. Oh, okay. He's unlocked. Linux user, guys. If I recall correctly, you won't be able to log into characters that are in new zones. Okay. But you can make new characters and level them to 20 and trade between your characters, etc. If that is the case, that is nice. If that is the case, we're going to see if that's the case with Deck. If that's the case, that would be nice, and I would love to see 14 implement that. So that if you stop your sub, you can't access your main, but you could start a new fresh player free on your old. No, you're not sub to WoW. Yes, that I am aware of that, Miro. I was curious if you tried to go back in and play a free trial player. If you tried that. I wanted to know if previously you had gone in. I mean, you can just make a free new account. You are not wrong, Ben. Ben coming in with the obvious clutch. That works, yes. So I could just keep my old launcher and just create a new account with a new and start a new gorgeous Catboy on free trial. Absolutely. All my bandwidth died loading WoW. I have a character in the middle of Headswear. I can't even log into the Final Fantasy 14. I'm not starting over. Lol. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I've replayed the MSQ in 14, I think once, twice. I'll probably be doing it a third time with Emmy. And fourth time for content for this channel. I think I'm going to be replaying it 4 times at least. Yeah, that's okay, Dick. That's all right. We'll find out later. But that is okay. So if 14 allows you to restart a free trial character for free on the same account, that would be nice. But how far you can go is fantastic. The amount of things you can do on it for free is still fantastic. Playing World of Warcraft on free trial, hellish. Not great. 4 times, rookie. Yeah, I'm 4 times. We'll see. Maybe there will be a 5th time. If I ever become unemployed, I might go back to 14 to reread the MSQ. Well, Willie, if you ever need a friend to go through the MSQ with you, I can be there for you. Anyway, let's keep going.
Every little bit of damage to kill mobs is kind of satisfying, and I'm not making this video to say that leveling should just be one-shotting mobs for 80 levels while you live in some sort of fugue state putting Doritos into your mouth. No. Players do need to learn how to play, and there's times where all Milk Genius was forced to learn how to play. But what Milk Genius went through is not what Blizzard intends. I mean, a few pieces of gear, doubling your health, doubling your damage, that is not healthy for the game. It's clearly not intended. I mean, we're in a situation where anyone who does not know exactly where gear comes from will actually struggle. And remember, we're talking about new players, who by definition do not know things. Now, if they don't know how to use their full kit, say maxing out their cooldowns or choosing a specific talent build, well, then this game, World of Warcraft, is genuinely unplayable. And if World of Warcraft is genuinely unplayable for new players, it's maybe a little bit tricky for Blizzard to actually grow World of Warcraft.
Okay, not to shit on Asmongold, but the guy doesn't like reading. So you get some people who won't like look at the screen. They might not realize, but at the bottom, there's like this little aid and you can click on it and you can choose to go with like a minimum base build for your talent tree. Did Chieko do that? No, because she said, I'm pretty smart, okay? And then she may have fucked shit up. But the point is, I wanted to not rely on that game provided thing, but I recognize it's there and I like the fact that it was there. Did I use it? No, because I was talking with Wooly and Wooly was like, you know, min-maxing takes away the joy of things. And there's something about like just experiencing the game and stuff. And I was like, you know what? I want to just YOLO. So I did. Shadowbringer might be free when 8.0 drops. Yeah. Will be funny if you can read and play up to Endwalker at 9.0. That would be hilarious. Asmongold hates reading. What was that, Chieko? Can I hear you over those Elden Ring mechanics and locations and items you missed? They're very loud right now. Stream interference. Elden Ring for me was more of a paradigm shift, I will say, in my defense. I'd never played that kind of a game before, so I didn't even know it was important to read it. I agree with that. There's a sense of wonder that's lost. Yeah. Yeah. I'm recovering min-max Chieko. I don't think you have the same problem. I didn't want to be min-maxing. I wanted to see if I could be smart. By the way, I don't think I was smart, but you know. And I will admit, like, Elden Ring did throw me for a loop because people are like, you got to tell us what you think about the story. And then I was playing this game and I was like, wait a minute, where is the story? I still haven't figured that part out, but you know, one day. However, Ben is right. You could technically go and just create a second account with Final Fantasy 14 and have one account that's free and one account that's paid. Honestly, not a big deal. I think that's fine. But I do think it would be better if, like Pretty Cool says, if it's true that you can log in after canceling your sub and play a free character, I think that would be better. And I think we should, you know, tell Square Enix that this is the future. And I think feedback like what Pretty Cool was talking about is actually important. And I that's why I want WoW to succeed, okay? I am a little bit selfish here, but I want WoW to succeed. Like, I want WoW's housing system to be amazing because it's going to push 14 to do better with its housing system. So that's where the story of Elden Ring is the bosses we killed along the way. Oh man, guys, you are coming up with some corkers today. The story of Elden Ring takes place a long time before the gameplay. That does seem to be the case.
Blizzard had a solution for this, but the funny thing is they, actually just took it right out of the game. You see, the Winds of Mysterious Fortune event dropped bags with bonus gear, and that bonus gear scaled to your level. Basically, it operated just like bags from doing random dungeons, but now, of course, it's gone. And what the removal of this does is kind of screw over new players who basically bought the game in the recent sale. Because if they bought the game and maybe didn't hit level 80 in time, they could get completely slammed by the gear drought and them just not understanding where gear comes from, especially because when they signed up to the game, it came from the Winds of Mysterious Fortune event. Now, Blizzard could overhaul the scaling here. You know, simply lock systems designers in a room with spreadsheets and force them to fix it, to make the gear curve less sharp. But we all know that's probably a waste of time, that doing so would probably jeopardize the already delicate balance of the game, because every time Blizzard changes scaling, there are hosts of unintended consequences. So let's think about the simple way. And the simple way is to make sure players get more gear. Fairly easy. Basically, it's to bake those bonus gear bags in permanently for new players, or to do something that they actually did in the past. You see, in Mists of Pandaria, vendors sold full sets of leveling greens. You could actually just buy them to make sure you were ready. So if you add that, and then add a quest pointing players to that, then, problem solved. If you want to be really lazy, well, just drop a full set of leveling gear on characters every 10 levels. Make it a quest reward. I think that would feel bad, but you know what? If Blizzard are having players abandon the game in droves, even though it's solving a nuanced problem with a humongous sledgehammer, at least the problem would be solved, and we would not have the player attrition that I'm fairly sure we have with new accounts. Now, at any rate, we know that a longer term, that a bigger systemic solution is actually coming here. Holly Longdale has talked about true change to the new player experience. That cannot come soon enough. But if it is going to be a while, I think Blizzard should do something about gear acquisition. Because, look, we were honestly shocked by how horrible this was to play. I wonder if you're someone who hangs out in mentor chat, what your experience is like, seeing just the problems that new players have. At any rate, I would love to see the stop data, to see basically what Yoshi P shared in that blog all those years ago about FF14, but of course, for World of Warcraft. Let me know, what's your experience been? Have you tried to get friends into WoW only to find that they've had a very unintuitive experience? Do share with us. With that said, watch this video next.
Okay, I'm going to be frank, everyone. I don't know how true or false this is, okay? So you guys can tell me whether you agree or disagree with this. I'm going to be frank. I did have some issues with dying a lot. I had to think about it a little bit, and then I was like, oh, wait a minute. My gear is shit. And then I kind of fixed it. And I think I'm doing okay. Okay, so guys, don't freak out. Oh, wait a minute. I did keep my Worgen. I did keep my Worgen alive. I killed off a bunch of people. Do you see this? So many people gone. Okay. But I kept the important ones because I thought chat would be sad. But I probably would have deleted admin. Only because I kind of want to replay that scene and see if they fixed it. But anyway, we're going into Shelziran. Oh, Shelziran is level 40, guys. How did I do that? Don't ask me. Okay, so I got level 40. Miro says, according to a Blizzard forum post from 2020, the answer to your question for an unsubbed individual is yes, but level capped or high level characters are locked. That makes sense. That makes sense. They added a system to teach newer players you need to pass a trial for your DPS tank healer role to access heroic dungeons. All the casuals had a hissy fit and they removed this requirement. That's stupid. Why? This is one of the best things they ever added. It actually taught you how to do mechanics for your role. It's just sitting there unused. That is sad. Pretty cool. In 14 we have Hall of the Novice. You probably did it if you went to Heavensward, but maybe you didn't. Doop, 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 doop. Where am I actually? Oh, I'm in Duskwood. Excuse. Okay. Why am I in Duskwood? The reason why I'm in Duskwood, actually, is because I can't find where the inn is in Stranglethorn. The call for allies. What is this? I'm scared to click on these things now. Meet Aya Cloudsinger at Stormwind Embassy. The alliance has been set by danger going throughout all of Azeroth. Should I be clicking on this? What is this one? I'm scared. Because it's surprisingly crazy how much they try to force you into weird expansions.
You're still going?
Yeah. I just logged into WoW. Why? What's up?
There's going to be short stream tonight.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Chat-
Don't act all innocent.
Chat cheered me up.
So it's going to be another late night, I see.
Did you want to do something?
Nope. No, you enjoy your long ass stream, Miss Grumpy.
Yeah, but chat cheered me up.
Yeah. Oh, thank God for chat. Woo!
She's laughing now. She's not truly mad, I don't think. Okay. Where am I going? You had to pass them to run certain content. It wasn't levels that bad. It was that the trials were harder than the content itself. Oh, or that you couldn't pass them as certain classes or specs. Oh, that's gross. It needed tuning, not removing. Yeah, they removed it because it was in the way. It's just like the FF14 quest made people quit earlier. Oh, okay. So I can click on this. I will accept it. Okay. All right.
Hey there. Safe zone.
And no, I did not carry. Party match. Yeah, I've been grumpy, no lie, like most of this week. I don't know if it's like a vitamin deficiency or the heat or the fact that there's been a lot more family meetings on top of the classes that I teach, and my social brain just started closing down and could not cope anymore. But yeah. It needed tuning. Okay, so here's the thing, Shay. I feel like sometimes devs are too reactive to stuff. and they are, for lack of a better term, so willing to listen too much to the customer instead of filtering. It's like Yoshi P, and I talked about this in one of my videos about 14. Yoshi P had some interesting responses to the feedback after Dawn Trail, and some of them I was like, bro, no, that's not, no. Because I think sometimes, like, it's so easy to just do what the customer wants, but the customer's intuitions are often right, but their methods are wrong. And so they'll come up with weird shit. You know what I mean? Wait a minute. This is an inn? Good night, Epic. Wait a minute. This is an inn? Where is there an inn here? Tracking? Scrolls on the mini map. Click it. Scrolls on the mini map? What scrolls? Above the map itself. Oh. Removed instead of changed is just WoW in a nutshell. They make content, it is received poorly, and they abandon it rather than change it. Yeah, that's the problem. Pretty cool. That's a problem. I do not know. I know not. Tent guy. The emissary?
And which lower do you bargain with? Give my regards to the
There's
throne.
blacksmithing replies. Accept? I just accepted something. I'm gonna trust that it's somebody that I know, because nobody would do that normally. Oh, here's the innkeeper. Ooh. Okay, I got it. He's here. He just has a quest over his head. Make this in your home. Why not?
For the Alliance.
Since I'm in here.
Need help?
Mind's Eye.
Bless you.
One of the Vale's many treasures lies nearby on our side of the giant whirlpool. Mind's Eye is held by an ogre mage in the Mosh Og Ogre Mount just to northeast. His name is Malzoth. If he has a Mind's Eye, then his magic will be stronger still. Yeah.
With honor.
Okay. Of course I'm going to say yes. Imagine saying no.
What's your story?
Oh my lord. Explorers League exists to uncover hidden secrets within this world. Cataclysm was devastating most for us. It provides access to untold troves of information and wealth.
Farewell.
Rocks? Get rocks?
See me when I'm angry.
You don't want to see me when I'm angry. Wow. Okay, identify potential recruits.
Betray me. That's enough gabbing for me today.
And go to Nomerigan. Oh, that's the next zone that I'll go to.
Light of the new moon.
So basically, guys, what I'm doing is I'm going to each zone, and then they'll be like, oh, by the way, you should go to this zone. And I'll ignore that one for the rest of this thing until I clear this whole zone out. reminds me of the PGR stream where I was rushing home to explain its absolute mess of a UI. Do you remember that? But I will say, though, Wooly, your voice is melodious, so it was fine. Is this an Asmongold stream? I am Asmongirl, pretty cool. Down to the shitty hair and bad teeth. You're literally facing the innkeeper. I figured it out, chat. I figured it out. I'm spatially disoriented, okay? Oh, it's saying ZZ here. Oh, okay. Have I explained how much the UI in WoW annoys the fuck out of me? Another sad thing is no flying. Also terrible. Just cannot fly ever. Flying less. Oh, this is the flame shit. I have no idea. I just keep collecting them. Don't know what I'm doing with them. But I'm collecting the burning blossoms. Oh, that's right. I was going to show you guys my gear. Okay, wait 1 second. So I didn't realize I gotten this far, but I'm at level 42. It's for YouTube content. I have been taking notes. I have a whole notebook and everything. Okay, let's see if I can find my character here. Oh, look. Oh, look, I can't drag this dialogue box, so it's going to be stuck here up at the top of the screen. So I have a level 19 amulet. Who needs an amulet, right? A level 169 shoulder wraps. Cool, cool. A level 186 back. Level 175 chest. A level 1 shirt. Don't know. No tabard. 197 ivy cloth bracelets. 180 gloves. 181 belt. 192 leggings. 180 slippers. 197 ring. 197 ring. An insignia at level 19 and a figurine at level 19. And the weapons I have is 179 and 186. So, yeah. Yeah. Flying in MMOs is a mistake. Should never have been a thing. Yeah, but I don't want to sync, though. What if I don't want to sync with you? Well, I just won't play quests. I'll just stay in here and look at my gear. The only issue that I have with your comment, Wooly, is the fact that in WoW, it feels like you never overlevel the mobs. The mobs are always your level, and it drives me insane. I would rather fly over bullshit I've already fought before than have to go back through stuff. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm not getting it. But like, if I feel like if I go back to Westfall or something, like there's still, is it just me? Or maybe like I'm crazy. What the fuck is that? Is that my party? Is that someone in my party? Oh, it's a Worgen. Oh my lord. Okay. They're actually a human person. Okay. It should be just me that's affected? Okay. Well, hello, lady. Just need to tell you I'm only interested in men. But, you know. Holidays are free XP. Make sure you spend the currency before it ends, though. Although probably not enough to get anything good. Those are 2 trinkets after the 2 rings. Yeah. So, my gear is, well, to put it bluntly, it doesn't make me feel good. And that's not me asking for gear, by the way. I'm not asking anyone for gear. But what I'm trying to say is, like, it feels all over the place. It doesn't feel good. Now, maybe I'm just being a baby. And maybe trinkets are meant to be low, so I can just ignore that. But like, isn't my shirt really kind of low? Yeah, it is. Like, do shirts matter? No tabard at all? I don't know, guys. But I could just be completely stupid. You should be good to quest. That should just be me that's affected. Oh, okay. I just created a void elf warlock on my account on the Digger Spine server. Shirts and tabards don't matter. Okay. Okay, thanks, chat. Thank you. Look at me. Look at me. I'm actually communicating with the community. I'm so social, guys. Okay, so Miro successfully created a Void Elf Warlock on his account. So, pretty cool. Vindicated. We fact-checked pretty cool. He is indeed, or she. I don't want to assume pretty cool is a he, but I'm going to just assume it. Okay, sorry, pretty cool. He's correct. So, this is going to be a point, if we want to say it this way, a point in WoW's favor that you can go back into the same account and create a free character. I think 14 should think about that. I think they should. It would keep people on longer, potentially, who can't afford it or who don't think it's worth the sub for a while and they just want to play something free every now and then. I honestly think... Who is Faden? Who's Faden? I feel like I should know them because they're in my friends list. Is it perchance Sim? Male Velf. Velf, Nelf, Belf. WoW also includes classic access with a sub. Interesting. Wooly, would you go back to classic or no? I was just relaunching. I have Fade in too. No idea who that is though. I agree, but having 2 accounts is not a big deal, IMO. Yeah, Ben. That's for sure. I don't think it's a big deal. But I could see how some people might feel it's a big deal. And it's just like, you know, kind of like meeting the competition where it's at, if you know what I mean. Not that any one of us would be letting go of our sub, right, Ben? You and me, we have a house. We don't want to lose that house. Also, you should be able to fly. It locks on at level 10 now. Oh, I'm going to... If I can fly, I'm going to do it. I'm going to make Woolly Mold. Oh, I can fly here. Why couldn't I fly earlier? Oh, you know what? No. Why couldn't I fly earlier? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think it's because immersion. I think. Yeah. This is a land mount. That's my problem. Oh, wow. See? Stupid players exist. They're called Chieko. Not every mount flies. No. Actually, why am I riding this white and red bird? This is sketch. Where are my mounts? Oh, does everyone want to see my talent tree? Here's my talent tree. What do you think, guys? So used to 14 ground mounts that fly? Yeah. Multiple accounts is a borderline deal breaker for me. Maybe I would put up with it if I were already addicted. If the stars align and a good guild appears out of the ether and invites me for Legion Classic, I shall be sorely tempted. You know, Wooly, if you get tempted down that road, I won't judge you. I don't know how to judge your talents at a glance. I'm not that pro. That's fine. Don't ask me. I always just pick the passives until it forces me to take an active. You know, Shay, you and I are thinking a little bit too much alike. So guys, this is my thought process, okay? You can laugh at me if you want. I really won't take offense at this, all right? I went for the circles because the circles are passives. And I don't want a lot of buttons on my bar. I could run out of buttons and bars. And so then I was like, if I can minimize how many buttons I have to press and just get as much circles as I can get, then I will be happy. Is that crazy to go for the circles? So I'm basically, you can see that I did choose some squares when I had no other option, like it kind of forced me to, but where possible, I do go for the circles. Okay, so I'm okay. Okay, so maybe I have not fucked up. Now, the point where I might have fucked up is by choosing purple. Purple is maybe where I fucked up. So let me go find any mob here. Let's just find one. I'm going to show you the buttons that I press. This one. This one. So you can kind of press them back to back, and they kind of like, I don't want to say the word queue up. And I press 4 buttons, basically. I press 4 buttons. This is a 4-button rotation for me, and I just press those 4. Now, on occasion, if I go into dungeon, you might be going, why aren't you using Arcane Surge? Good question. Good question. I use Arcane Surge, but I try not to use it all the time. So if I'm going into a place that is a little sketchy, I will not use it right away. I will focus on using these 4 buttons. There's a button here. I think I gotta press that. That gets me shit. Gotta drag that off. Drag that off. I don't think I need that on either. Did I just get rid of... Okay, my Hearthstone. Turn it on though. Okay. Useless. I will sell that later. Wait a minute. Do I wanna... Yeah. So anyway, so I press that. That's like, that's me getting more intellect. For big bosses, I will choose Counter Spell, Spell Steal, Shifting Power. So like these here on the second row are kind of like my personal buffs. Then this one here, I use a lot. I use a lot of this shit because I kind of feel like it helps me. Blink, I don't use too much of. I'm going to be frank. I use these. These are kind of like my AoEs in this section here. I use that if I accidentally pull 2. I know what these are. I'm aware of what these are. So, like in some classes in 14, if you press a certain amount of shit, you will get charges, and then you can spend the charges on a big ability. So, for example, okay, where's there another? Watch, I'm going to do Arcane Surge, and I will get the special ultimate thing, Bob. Where's there another tiger? Tiger. Okay, here. All right. So if I go like this. Done. Slain. Easy GG. However, I don't like using that. So you can build up this here. By using some stuff. so like, which ones? That one? No. Which one builds up charges? Oh, Arcane Orb does. And Arcane Explosion does. But those are AoEs. I don't want to use AoEs. Consumes. Okay, so this one is the one that I want to use Arcane Blast to okay, so I gotta go. Yeah. Where's there? Hello, people. What's this? Okay. My interrupt ability? Okay, wait a minute. Interrupt? Steals, counters. Glide. Polymorph? I don't do interrupt, I'm gonna be honest. I've been living without interrupt. See you, Wooly. Blast builds, barrage spends. Yeah. So maybe what I should be doing is I'll switch these two since it will be higher. I've been playing this 8 game and never used interrupts unless I have to during a dungeon or raid boss. Okay, so let me look at it again. Turns me invisible. Nope. Slow fall. Nope. Visage. No. No. Alter time. No. I honestly don't. I can't even imagine using this spell. Like, I can't even imagine when I would use this. Counterspell? Is counterspell? Counterspell? Is that the interrupt? Steals, encases. Wing buffet? No. Counterspell? Yes! Oh, guys, I'm feeling myself a little. I can read my tooltips. I can read. I can read. Okay, so what am I doing? I can't play for long probably because she won't let me live it down. But you guys really did cheer me up. You guys should, I wish I could give you, I wish YouTube had a great system because then I would be giving all of you guys gold stars because, like, you know, it's, you know, you guys really cheered me up a lot. I thought, like, I was going to be a complete bitch, but I wasn't. Pick a different one. Player commendations. Oh, right. Oh, right. Yes, sorry. I mean, there's so much that I gotta do. Holy moly. Things are out of... Where's the... Can I open my quest book all the way? Okay, never mind. We'll just do... No, that's far away. Hell no. No. Wait a minute. Let's just open this map. Tiger prowess. Let's do tiger prowess. That's another thing. Not having the map scalable in the corner makes me cry. I just like having my map open. But that's me as well. You know, I'm not saying that they should do that. I'm just... That's another thing. How can I get pets? How can I get, like, how do I get pets? What is she doing? Did she just kill that poor monkey? No, actually, you know what? Kill away. I hate monkeys. Keep going. Do the good work. Is this a raptor? I feel like this is something that I need to kill. I feel like that's also Stranglethorn tiger. We need to be going for a tiger. Monkey brains? Why are you getting monkey brains? Yikers. Okay, I'm gonna try this. Somebody told me on my video that like you can kind of queue up the abilities, but I don't know. I feel like if you press it kind of fast-ish, you can get do you see tigers anywhere? Are we? Maybe we're not alone. Maybe there's someone else out here farming tigers. Maybe I shouldn't. Okay, wait a minute. Someone said the horseshoe. Okay. Mount. Okay, we're changing out this shitty bird mount. Okay, let's be real here. But it has to fly. Ground. Griffin, maybe. Ground. Flying. What is the windsurfer? You know what? Let's put the windsurfer in. Let's put the windsurfer. That's how I'm gonna fly. Okay. Oh. Okay. Everyone's getting treated to Chieko's horrific camera handling. We all survived Dawn Trail with me and my terrible camera handling. Everyone knows. Are you okay? I feel like this is Shay. I think this is Shay. Ooh, we killed him dead. Do I need panthers? No, I think I just need panthers slain. I'm looking for tigers. Okay, let's see if we can find some tigers around here. Come on. Tigers. This map is like lying to me. It's saying Elder Stranglethorn Tigers, but like I feel like I'm being catfished here. I feel like I saw a tiger back there and not over here. Yeah. Here we go. Elder Stranglethorn Tiger. I see you. Okay. I will say it. The music in the zones are really nice. I genuinely like them so far. Some of them are a bit better than others, but... Oh, yeah. I procced that. Don't know. Okay. Did that count? Yeah, it did. Okay. There was another tiger up here, right? I killed another tiger around here. Oh, yeah. Here we go. This is actually turning into a 2-button rotation now. Ah, well. Oh, poor Shay. I'm sorry, Shay. Were there others over there? They appeared back again? Okay, I'll go back over there. I should have just waited. I feel so stupid for not realizing that I had a ground mount on. That is such a dumb mistake. But you know what? I hopefully will remember. Okay, am I blind? Oh, here's another tiger. Feeling one with the tiger. The eye of the tiger. You have defeated the strongest tigers in Stranglethorn. You've become a great tiger hunter and have every right to start. Oh! Oh no! Oh no! Oh! Oh no! What the fuck happened? I can't even read the quest log! Calm the fuck down! Okay. Okay. Wait a minute. I need to stop pushing that one because it's consuming it. Kaylin okay over there? Okay, I'm gonna do this. Ooh, did Kaylin, did you turn it into a sheep? Ooh, that is actually smart use of polymorph. See, much better. Shay is Chad, obviously. Fantastic. I'm unable to swap flying styles, so I'm locked to dynamic flying, but I can fly around. For the free trial version of a normally paid account. I'm just killing things that aren't your objective, so I don't have things up for you. I really appreciate it, Shay. Probably a level requirement for flying styles. I always thought it was just lag compensation. There's like 100 millisecond or so window where you can tap a spell before it's off cooldown and it will still activate. Yeah, isn't there like an actual word for that? Paw of something. Tiger mastery. Okay, we got a lot here. Holy shit. Let us go north. Yeah, I think it counted, Shay. So I don't think you effed it up. I really appreciate it. I'm going to go north to the supply and demand to get the Croco. Okay. Wow. Sim living on the edge. Holy shit. Wait a minute. I'm so confused. Large River Crocolisk versus Elder River. Okay, you know what? Don't ask questions. Just consume content. There's a difference between large and elder, obviously. Different names. Different names. You got to keep your eye on the mob titles. For real, for real. Okay. Snapjaw Crocolisk. River Crocolisk. River. Large river. We're looking for large river. What the? River. Oh, Lord. This is what I'm talking about. It's just like, I don't know. It's just a tad bit annoying. Okay, just a tad. Does this count? It does. What the? It says large river crocodile. Okay, you know what? We're not asking these questions. Did that count? No. Yes, that did count, actually. All right. Those are all that. That. Totems. Yeah, let's go into the blood scalp area. Oh, is that your griffin? Actually, it looks really good with your character, gotta say. What is your character? Can I examine you? No? Okay, maybe here? Oh. Kayleen. Edit mode. Report player. Oops, don't want to do that. Set focus. Add friend. I can't. Oh, inspect. Inspect. Okay, let's take a look here. Ooh, level 71. Fire mage. Oh, man. She's got some gear up in here, chat. Nothing under 500, I think. Oh, wait a minute. There's a tabard, but they don't count, apparently. And the shirt don't count. Okay, there's this that's a bit lower, but pretty much everything else. Wow, very impressive. Very impressive. Hello, pretty lady. If I was not a Fujoshi, I would be into you, but alas. She's freshly capped, so this is low end 80. Did you get my whisper in-game? I do not even know. Whisper. Whisper. How do I... What does a whisper look like? I don't see your whisper. Can you try whispering me again? Am I not seeing it? Newcomer chat is saying, has people saying hello. Miro can't whisper you from trial because you're not friends. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, Miro. I cannot talk with you. It is very unfortunate. But we could be friends later? Wooly. It's a good thing Wooly is on his way home and not seeing this, because he'd be so sad. Should I be killing these? I don't think so, but, you know, YOLO. Yeah, it looks like I can queue these abilities up. Like, I can press them one after the other before... and then, like, Okay, so I'm going in for totems. Going in here for a totem. Okay. Going in. This could get fucky. Yeah, this is fine. You just pick them off. Okay, I got a blood scalp totem. Now I have to get a lore tablet, which is way over there. Oh, is it hard for... Okay. If you get bored, Shay, don't feel like you have to babysit me. See, this is me. I'm like, don't be an MMO with me. I don't know why. I just feel terrible. This feels like, you know, old content, but like, I don't know. Anyway. Okay. I see friend. Can you see me? Oh no, sorry. I was looking at chat and then I okay, let me try polymorph for the first time. Oh, nope. He did it. Okay. Okay, I want to try polymorph. Will it work? That's actually kind of cool. Is anyone here an arcane mage? Hopefully not. I don't think anyone here played purple. Team Purple is not popular in my community. So, I think I'm safe. Okay. Raptor hunting. Raptor hunting. Are you up for a little bit of raptor hunting? Just very quick. I really shouldn't be playing too much, but it's only 1 a.m. Like, maybe like half an hour more. Raptors. Not panthers, just a raptor. It has to be a BNet friend. Did you do the BNet? What's BNet? I don't know what... I'm going to be honest, guys. I don't know what BNet is. Battle.net? Is it Battle.net? Is that what it is? Okay, so see? Now I have these extra charges. This is what I do. Then I quickly run over somewhere and I use it on someone else. This is what I do. So that I can like chain killing things. This is how I've been doing it. Probably not totally bad idea. So now I got it chained up. So then I can go this. Can you clip it? Can you clip this shit? Can you clip this shit? You never rely on sheep? Okay, so me not doing the sheep thing is okay. All right. I feel less worried. I don't know why I have performance anxiety. Guys, you can tell me I'm being silly. I just get, like, worried I'm doing things wrong, which is really unhealthy. Like, I've been told that it's okay to fail in games, but, like, in my head, I can still hear this voice in my head being like, you're doing something wrong. Which I think is just, like, leftover childhood performance anxiety. So by clipping, I mean, let's say I press Arcane Blast, and let's say it procs Arcane Missiles. Okay, so then I press Arcane Missiles, and I'm shooting out the missiles. But there's like there's a cast bar for that shit. And then I press, let's say, Frost Nova too quickly. It will cut it off. Yes? Or no? Like, can you clip spells? Is that something that I shouldn't be really thinking about at this level? Anyway. You can. Okay. So I shouldn't be too hasty. People are like, why are you worrying about this? 10 out of 10. Okay, I bet we're going to spawn like another big raptor. Okay, this is my bet. Okay, raptor hunting. Okay, time to set up the challenge. Oh, no. I now have to do 10 other ones. Okay. Let down. But we will cope. Where is it? Okay. Well, since we're here, we might as well do panthers. Since it's like right over here, so. Oh. That was a mistake. Misused blink. Great. Yep. You can. Also, don't play Arcane Mage well. Don't worry about it, though. Okay, I won't worry. Proceeds to not worry. But probably I'm going to be low-key worrying. Let's be real here. Oops. Did not intend to do that. Okay, I think there's another panther over here. Wow. Wow, look at Shay go with me. That is one of my favorite parts. One of my favorite parts of Final Fantasy XIV is when I'm with Ben and we have like this summoner like samurai like togetherness. It feels really good. That is why I do like playing MMOs. I said I don't like talking in MMOs, but I do like the feeling of when you're like in a team and you're doing something together. That feels good, if that makes sense. It's infinitely better. But I kind of like low-key, don't judge me, but I like went on like a Tectone marathon. Oh, I got a piece of gear. So then I was like oh, I gotta turn around. It's weird because sometimes the camera will turn with you and then sometimes it won't. It's wow. This is like almost I have to say, I'm going to be honest. She's 110% right that in WoW and in FF14, things are fun if you are with a friend. Doing solo in an MMO is, in my opinion, not great. I do like the idea of 14 being soloable because, number one, I go through crises quite often. But also, number two, it allows for ethical closure on the day that it closes down. It's better for ethical closure. But on a practical day-to-day level, like doing an MMO alone long term is like I played 14 all alone all the way up through Endwalker basically, and I was fine. I had a great time of my life. But having my sister join me was so fun. Like, yeah. Like, there's a definite feel like it's different. Panther stalking. I've killed lots of panthers. Now the hard part. As panthers grow older, they become more wily, blending in with their environment. Shadow Maw. What is... Ah, yes, Void Elf. More purple, I assume? Are you also of the Legion of Purple? Is Shay chilling? Just like chilling here? Let's see. At least you can navigate the game. I fell off everything and died for 3 years. Yeah, but Shay, you gotta remember I have like 2,500 hours in Final Fantasy XIV, so it's like I am coming in with like some experience with an MMO. Me in 14, I was absolutely GCD clipping. Yeah. It's nothing I've ever thought about, and I've heroic rated. Oh, okay. You can clip off that channeled spell, but it's probably not desirable. Yeah, that's what I figured, Deck. It gets a little into the weeds, but sometimes you want to cast arcane missiles just for the passive buff and then clip it quick. That's min-maxing, though. Okay, yeah, maybe. Means something different in WoW then. Interesting. I need better internet. Poor Deck. Do they not have fiber in Sudbury? Keck W. I actually think he is closer to me than Sudbury. Did you get my request to join your group? At least for me, like, what can I solo? Also Wondrous Tales? Yes, absolutely. Hello, Miro. Hello. I'm going after something. So Tiger Mastery, I could hand all of those in. Will not. So Tiger Mastery and Lash Tail, Raptors, Okay, so we're gonna go for that. Okay. I'm gonna just I'm trying to like maximize my time spent here. Because I don't have class in the morning. No teaching tomorrow morning, but I have 2 teaching classes tomorrow night. I want to play some V-Rising with Ben at some point. Uh-oh. Oh no. Eh. Now I'm stuck in the fucking trees. Am I blind here? Merkgill? I'm looking for raptors. Merkgills? Oh, here they are. Okay. Wait a minute, was Kayleen tanking? It looked like she was tanking. Oh, do you want to try to tame a pet? There's also tameable pets on the map. Like the parrot in these trees. Mages are very prone to pulling aggro off tanks, especially while leveling, and therefore prone to pulling aggro off everything else, even other mages. Oh, interesting. Okay. I don't know how to get pets. I honestly don't. I have no idea. No clue. No idea. I know pet collection is a thing, and it basically destroyed Sim's life. But no idea how to. What are you doing? Oh, it's a moth. does that moth do? How... I can't send a BNet request? Interesting. Add friend. Add battle tag friend? Oh. Add character friend. I added you as a character friend, but it won't let me add you as a battle tag. Oh, so you can tame it, but I can't tame it. Interesting. Also, a little bit. Can you tame this thing, Miro? Oh. If I can tame it, a paw will appear in the tooltip. When you mouse over it. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I can't get the Crimson Moth, but that's okay. I will continue looking for... what am I looking for? Lash-tailed raptors. There's another one. This is very dull. I'm aware. I'm sorry, stream. Oh, I was stunned. Holy shit. How fun. Easy GG. I will say, like, as soon as I realized you gotta watch your gear, I stopped dying as much, but I was dying a lot at one point. But I've been doing better because I've been keeping on top of it, more or less. As long as you do all the side quests so far, I'm finding that, like, if you do the side quests, then you will often end up having to grind by killing a lot of things, either on your way. And that's another thing. I didn't know I could fly, so I was walking everywhere. So I had to kill a lot of things just to get anywhere. And that ended up with me picking up shit too. So, like, blessing in disguise. It turns out Wooly is right. Flying is the problem. Don't tell him anything. Don't say anything to him. Don't want him to find out. Raptor stalking. You are absolutely destroying these raptors. Killing more raptors. Wow. Wow. The questing in Stranglethorn is probably, in my opinion, the least interesting. But I'm holding out. I'm holding out here. So we got Jungle Stalker and we have Panther. What is this? Trade? Trade? What is that? What's that? What did I trade? Salvage cash. Magician staff. Uh-oh. Did I trade wrong? I just pressed trade. Okay, you know what? My bag is whack. I have a Lashtail hatchling. That was from a quest. It's like a full lore in here. Holy shit, Pyro must have read all of this. Oh no, there's a kraken. Okay, the dwarf in charge of the hunter camp on Stranglewood is Hammett Nissingway. Oh my lord. It's now next to the fish, rightmost column, 6th from the bottom. Okay. 6th from the bottom. 1, 2, 3. Oh! It's too high level for me. Do you want it back? It's too high level. Would you like it back? Ernest Hemingway? Yeah. Ernest Hemingway isn't my favorite. Math teacher Josh. I am English teacher Chieko. What is this? Okay, let me try that. Oh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Okay, okay. Thank you, Shay. Okay, let me see. Let me see. Blazehound. Oh! Can I... How? Summon? Revive. Wait a minute. Your battle pet can die? Oh no. Visit a battle pet trainer to learn how to collect and fight with battle pets. I don't know if... Okay. Is my... Oh. Oh my lord. He looks... special. You have to take them back to Elwyn to train level them? Okay. Okay. Thanks for letting me know, Shay. Some is purely for aesthetics. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Should I put it away? Should I put this away? Because I don't want it to die. Oh, okay, okay. So I can just let it follow me and it won't die. Okay. See, these things are not immediately obvious to me. Okay, just a couple more. We got Panther Prowess and Raptor Prowess. I'm just gonna go for some Panthers. Okay, it will only die if I put it into battle. I'm not putting it into battle. I'm not gonna... My... Stupid? Very likely. That's a tiger. They're here, come back. My map. Okay, okay. Who is that? Kayleen. Trying to find panthers. Shadow Maw panthers. I think. Shadow Maw panther. They're stealthed. Oh, okay. Okay. They're like invisible until they're not invisible. Okay, so I gotta just wander around. Hello, Panther. Hello. 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 Oh, is that the meta? Okay. Well, I guess this helps with... We might also have to be in the zone for it. Like, should we be following the blue zones? Like where it's supposed to be showing up? Should we be staying in there? Ooh. Ooh, look at that! We did it! Come out, come out. Player battle pet combat is completely separate from normal player combat? Okay. Alright. I shall keep that in mind. Hello, Panther. I'm, oh, I got a stealth panther. Heh. Yeah. I guess you can't see it until you go really close, right? Like, you can't see the panther until it's, like, super close to you. And then you see, like, a faint outline. I'm listening with all of my ears. My right ear, my left ear. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Uh-oh. Ooh. Death stalks me. Okay, actually, death did not quite stalk me. Where did my food go? I'm pretty sure I made a bunch of food. Doko desu ka? Maybe it's this one. I'll just use it. Panther prowess. Only one task remains. You must prove yourself to the master hunter. One panther that has eluded your grasp. Bagheera. Do you think it's a riff on Bagheera from Jungle Book? Enraging the fang of Bagheera. I wonder if that's like a riff on Bagheera, who I always loved in Jungle Book. If they don't want to be in line, I'm sure there's a way that I don't know to make them audible to you, but not to stream. WoW's full of pop culture references. Yeah. Yeah. Most good MMOs seem to have like writers who draw inspiration from other stuff, which I remember someone telling me that the localizers, so like Koji, Fox, and 14 does a lot of like puns and references, and people were like, oh, that's like a waste. And I remember thinking, is it though? I was like, that sounds like a skill issue. That you don't know the reference. You know what I mean? Like, why take the references away? They won't matter to you. I was explaining to Ben that, like, when a nostalgia reference doesn't make sense in the same way that a pun doesn't make sense, that takes a player out of their immersion. But if they can work in something in a natural way that feels, you know, appropriate, then, you know, then it's fine. Kind of like, I think Ben wanted to see, like, I think it was Beatrix properly named. I don't know. There was a whole thing. And I feel like if the pun or the reference is like too forced, it can come off as super cringy and it can break your immersion, but God love your work. Those localizers have a blast, I bet. Some localizers, I think, there are certain examples right now of localizers who I think are going outside their purview. So I should say to math teacher Josh and anyone new here that I used to work as a ghostwriter. And so, like, I have some experience writing for clients, and there's like a rule, an etiquette, standards of quality where, like, you shouldn't compromise the canonical material or the material that your client wants to achieve. It's just like a no-no, but okay, just one more, guys. Just one more. Oh, wow. That counted. Miro, is this helping you level up at all? Or is this, like, not helping you? Raptor prowess. You are no longer just a raptor hunter. You're an honest-to-goodness raptor slayer. Although one fabled raptor still eludes you. Before returning to Nessingwary's expedition, hunt the raptor that no other hunter has been able to capture, the name of Tethys. What? Who is that? What is that person?
I am looking forward to our negotiations.
What is that? Who is that? He's my glam service slave? Oh my lord. Setting up voice chat and stream in that way probably needs some more research. I think I actually achieved it one time, deck of cardboard.
Shall we get down to business?
Oh. Can I make my boy sexy with this man? Okay, that's a bit cringe. Okay, guys, no. Why? Why? Huh. Okay. Like, is there any... Okay, that's an in-between option. What is this? A pauldron? My pauldrons are so extra. What if we took pauldrons off? Yes. Oh, Shay, this is actually really nice. I like this. Thank you, Shay. I'm just gonna sit here for a second, if you don't mind. I'm succumbing to my female urges here, all right? Just hear me out here, okay? Some of these look nice. Do I want a cape, though? No capes. Some of these, though, look kind of homeless, okay? Like this looks homeless. That's like a no for me. These ones, though, these look really nice. Pink. I hate pink. Okay. Why no black? I just want black and purple. Am I the problem here? I probably am. They always look darker, and then when you click and put them on your character's body, then they look... Okay, you know what? No. No capes. Exit out. What is this? Shirts. Oh, no. Nope. 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 Why? Okay, that's slightly better. Why can't we show more skin? Why can't my boy be a hoe? Maybe that's just not WoW's aesthetic, I suppose. Okay. I just like it when I can see my cat boy's chest, you know? I don't know. Okay, I guess I'm going back. No tabard, belt, gloves. I don't like my, maybe I'm just a hoe, okay? I'll admit it. I'm a hoe. I can't put a head on because there's no thing equipped in the slot. So it is what it is. There's like a sliver of skin there, I think, across his belly. Is that his belly? Just a sliver. Just a touch. Okay. Thank you, Shay, for that. I really appreciate it. I now have transmogged my first character. Okay. He looks like he needs to take more clothes off, is what he looks like. It's a bit matchy-matchy, isn't it? The shirt off would show more skin. How do I take the shirt off?
A mutually beneficial transaction.
Oh. Like this? No. How do I remove shirt? Oh! Oh, Shay! Oh, my lord! Oh! That's so much. Okay. See? Now I'm ready to go out and catfish, okay? Okay. Alright. Much better. Much better. Thank you, Shay. You are a literal godsend. I wish I could, like, somehow thank you, but I don't know how. But thank you very much. Look, he has abs. So much better, guys. I'm sexy now. Oh, this is my first time actually, like, feeling excited about a WoW character. Abs for days. I know, this is fantasy. I don't expect my men in my life to have abs. This is just me having fun. It's like you boys playing Stellar Blade. It's all in good fun. It's just fine. Just fine. WoW saved. Yes. He still does this weird thing with his head, like he's sniffing, like, Chieko hasn't showered for days. But anyway, he is very pretty. Very close. Close. Probably now my second favorite character in an MMO. He may have trumped my Guild Wars 2 character. He's just very pretty. To me. To me. He's pretty to me. He doesn't have to be pretty. You can be like, ew, oh. It's fine. It's fine. Super fashion system. Chieko just takes it all off. Deep sigh. Well, you know, I would wear a shirt if they could have more gaps. if you click on the Sets tab, okay. Sets tab. I only have 5 sets, so... Oh, right, right. There's this one, but I can't wear the hat. I'm so sad. But it's basically like a raccoon. But I can't wear the hat because I don't have an item in the slot. So that's, you know, it is what it is. Yeah. Where can I get a hat? I don't know. But there we go. When I get a hat, I'm going to be a raccoon. But until that day, I'm going to take the pauldrons off. And then I'm going to take off the cape. And then probably the shirt. I wish there was a matching. You know what I mean? It would be nice if there was a matching. What if I took off... Oh my lord, he looks so gay now. That is disgusting. Like... okay. I wish there was like a little shirt and a little top. But anyway, it is what it is. He looks so weird. Weird AF. And sewing pant. Yikes. It's just a lot of yikes right now. I'm going to go back to the skirt. I'm going back to the skirt. The skirt is what it is. I could put the shirt back on. Let's be real. We could put the fur shirt on. But I wish there was like an in-between where you could see a little bit of the abs. You know what I mean? Like, and have like a little shirt. But maybe it's out there. Maybe it's out there. Your character is so broke. Yeah. Well, you know, it is what it is. But you know what? I am going to be thankful for now. And we will continue our hunt for fashionable outfits. That's how we are going to roll, basically. This is Panther Mystery, Mind's Eye, Mosh Osh, Raptor Mastery, Tiger Mastery, and then a whole bunch of turn-ins. I kind of want to do those eventually. What time is it? It's almost 2 a.m. Probably should call it. What is Miro grabbing? I'm going to go back to Fort Livingston, actually. Now that I know where the inn is. Yes, you can actually see the difference, Sim. You can actually see the difference in terms of you can actually see the difference in terms of the when I was looking at the transmog. You can see the difference. That's the Belf snooty head turn motion for the character. Try page 1 of the shirts to make the shirt invisible. I have now figured it out. Full sets are for plebeians. Boys aren't allowed to be hoes. Sag. Low resolution texture is not something 14 has to worry about to that degree, unfortunately. Azure Silk Hood. Wait a minute. What does this do? Made by Minikyu. Trade. Wait a minute. Is this like a... Wait a minute. Does this mean I can put on a hat? Oh my lord. Wait 1 second. Hood. Okay. Oh! I got a hood! no. Oh, yes. Oh, no. Oh, yes. But now I can go into the city and transmog. Oh, wait a minute. Right. Okay, okay. Let's see what we got here. Hidden Helm. Okay. Oh, I can turn myself. Oh, am I going to do full set Andy? I might do full set Andy for a while. I'm not going to lie, guys. Although everyone's going to fall asleep to Chieko ASMR. I'm not going to lie. That is a bit epic. I remember getting these from that one event, right? Oh, one day I will have the full gear for this. Oh, and then I'll wear a top hat. He's going to look like what's his face, that one singer. Okay, I'm just going to try this on. I got to try it. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. This is probably the closest I've ever been to being a raccoon. Good night, Miro. Rest up. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Maybe I'll see you around playing free if you are playing free. I don't know. Oh no. Should I be a raccoon for a while, guys? Do you think that's kind of ghetto? I kind of want to do it just for a little bit. I think I might do it just for a little bit. Thank you, Shay, for letting me use your transmog guy. Oh my gosh, my boy is going to be the most closest I can be to a raccoon in a video game. In an MMO. Closest. Until I make an MMO one day. That would be funny. Everyone's either a cat boy, a raccoon person. I'll make like a dragon boy for the edgelords. That is so cute. I bet though it's not actually a raccoon. Okay, let's be real. This is probably like the red panda. This is probably like a red panda set. But still pretty cool. Be a furry cosplayer. Full set, then take the chest off. What? Oh, wait 1 second. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. Full chest. Then take shirt off. You know, if the bottom shirt was not blue, I would. The problem is that, what is this? Stylish black shirt? Stylish black shirt. I don't even know what I'm doing now. What does stylish black shirt go with? Anyway. I think I'll just do one set, Andy. I know. Cringe. Cringe. But I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to leave it at that. We need more options. Is your MMO males only? No, it would have females. I'm an egalitarian. I'm an equal opportunity person. Shay! Can I... Okay, wait a minute. Home? Does that do that? Oh, yes. Okay, it's the same thing. Oh, Shay. I love that outfit. Oh, that is nice. That is very nice. That is really, really dapper. Oh, that is probably one of the better things I've seen so far. Hitherto. That is pretty cool. I think my favorite part about it is like the fact they went with like a purple gray. That is like so Parisian. I got it for someone else, but it does look good on her. Yeah, it does. I think it looks great. You could probably change the blue part at the barber shop if you wanted. Do you think so? Oh, hello, Brandon Graham. Welcome. We're just agreeing that me wearing a wait a minute. How did I get into... Oh, okay, that. All right. Being a one-suit Andy, not so great. But I want to show off my boy's abs, and it's, yeah, you can change the blue part at the barber. It says underwear, so it's changeable. Okay. Fujoshi is a valid market. It would be a sausage fest. Sim, would you be there if I made the sausage fest, perchance? But I would put females in. Just because, you know, guys would play. And we need their money. So we got to put the booba in. If there's no booba, Ben won't play. We have to have booba. Right, Ben? But anyway, so what I was trying to do... So what I was doing is I was wearing this, but then I was taking off... What was I taking off? I was taking off the pauldrons, because, like, holy moly, scary. And I was taking off the shirt. But you see this purple? It is way too... It's way too clashy with the rest of everything else. Where's the belt, actually? Yikes. No. No. Yeah, I'd probably keep it at that. The problem is, like, the purple is too sharp, and this is, like, painted. Infinite, Nikki? Yeah. Yeah. I didn't play that long, though, right? Because I don't know. Like, it's not that I'm against girls. It's just that, like, you know, it's kind of like... Gloves? Is this the gloves? Is my boy getting more naked? Chat can say yes if they think he's getting more naked. But he kind of is, right? Yeah, I wish I could change that top. But this is close. This is close to what would be kind of cool to wear. I just wish that the top was less sharp. I can't believe I'm saying that. Or that the bottom was sharper. Because you have like a really sharp, hard edge here. And then, you know, what the Columbus did Kayleen turn into? That's some Elizabethan shit right there. You need to get a Delaran Hearthstone so you can get back to town easily without changing your normal Hearthstone. Okay. Okay. To change your dragon armor, you need to use the barbershop. Okay. Oh, I like that. I like that one. That one has a nice spooky thing. Oh. There's some under booba. There's some under booba there. Just slightly. Not a lot, but it is there. It's furry. That's creepy. But it is there. How does one go about getting a Delaran Hearthstone? Is that like a crafting thing or what? This set here I like because it has a layered and textured feel, and it feels like the stuff is flowing. It feels less stuff. We should see if you can talk to her. Moment. Okay. What is this? Okay. I think I'm in you. I'm inside her. Okay. I'm just gonna let Shay fly me. I'll look at Start Legion content. Oh, yeah, the Dalaran Hearth is nice. It's an additional way of getting around. Yeah, I should say for anyone who's left here in chat, how many people are in here? But anyway, I'm the baby dragon? Ha 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 ha. That's funny. What the? Where are you, Ben? I just checked Discord. Oh, man. That looks so good, though, Ben. The shortest Dark Souls boss ever. Did someone at me in my Discord? Game chat. Okay. Thank you, Miro. Well, you know what? I will have a few more things to say about some things that I feel like FF14 can take from WoW. I'm here. Not much to comment on in ways. So also Gage. Gage. Oh, my boy is Gage? Whoa. What are you saying about my dragon boy, Ben? What are you saying about her?
It's like meeting again for the first time.
Oh, right. I'm in a certain timeline. I timelined myself down. This is where things get fucky. So I went into Cataclysm, I think. You need to switch to Legion. But if I switch to Legion and then go back to Cataclysm, do I have to redo all of the stuff I did in Cataclysm? This might seem like a very dumb question. No. Okay. All right. Select.
If you find a powerful weapon, just make sure it isn't corrupted by the Burning Legion or old gods. Okay?
You gobbledygook. Don't even know. Don't know. But, okay. Click.
Heroes of the Alliance, I write to you in Azeroth's darkest hour.
From the Maw of Hell, burning armies of the Legion have returned. Our fleets of the Great Lance will pierce the Legion's line, try them back to the Nether that spawned them. Make haste. Oh, I won't go back to the old zone. I'll go and sink back down or something. I don't know. Anyway. Okay. So what did that do? What did that do? What do I do now? Do I just follow? What was that voice? That was my gay male voice. How did you like it, Ben? Be honest. On a 0 of 1 to 10. This is for posterity. Okay, do I just follow this thing? What in the world? Let's see. Yep, there is a Legion guy here. Hello, gay boy coming through. Hello.
What can I do for you?
But first, a bit of readiness is in order.
Careful.
Allies from across Azeroth have come to Stormwind to support help Signet. To be prepared. Okay. Armor polished, weapon empowered, last meal eaten, warmed up with a duel. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Where is that? Where is that all happening? Okay, so I have to go over there. Okay, that's easy. Easy GG. I think I can... Don't do this now. Stop. We'll do it another time. My mistake. Save it. Okay. Okay. So I'll stop it. Okay. I will stop. I won't do it. There's a scenario in the way because you've never done it before. Oh. Okay. I'll need a clean character to do it with you. This is Legion's opening quest line. Save this for later. Okay. I won't do it. Okay. Well, thank you very much for setting me on that. Can I don't want to appear ungrateful, but can I go back? Like, can I just go back to Chromie and resync it again? Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. Sorry, guys. False alarm! And then I'll go to an inn somewhere. I think there's probably an inn somewhere in Storm. Oh! Since I'm in Stormwind now, I am going to go to that Burning Blossom bullshit thing. Whatever it's called. I don't know. Select a different timeline. Yes, I'm going back to the Cataclysm, please.
Someone named Deathwing would bring about so much destruction.
Yeah, the word death doesn't occur to me as being like... I exit? No? I have to accept it? Oh, okay. I don't feel like... You could go to the barber shop and change your top. Ooh. Okay, so I'm going to do two things. I'll do two things.
King's honor, friend. Be careful.
Champion, an
Why is
urgent
it...
war council is underway. Your presence is requested in Stormwind
Uh-oh.
Keep.
What did I do? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Can I get out? Can I drop it? Untrack, abandon. Yes, please. Okay. Oof. Scary. That was scary. Please take a flyer. I don't want to do any of these. I was just doing the zones, so I'm just gonna ignore that. Yeah, that's good.
I always have time for you. Why
Okay,
no?
got that done. Maybe I will abandon this one as well, since... it will just sit there. Or untrack, maybe? I don't know what I did there, but okay. You just accepted the BFA scenario. Yes, I also abandoned it. Yeah, I'm pretty useless. As you can see, I get... I think that's a dual guy. I'm going to stay away from that. Nope. No, sir. Barbershop. Okay. Barbershop. Trade district? Probably. Talk to a guard by the gateway to find the barber. Talk to a guard by the gateway to find a barber.
Greetings.
Barber. Northern section of the trade... Ooh, trade district! I was right. I was right. Trade district. Okay. I was just guessing, though. I'm going to be honest. Oh, there's a little flag here. Oh, how fun. Okay. Preach. Aldous, so hard. Me. I'm dying from Stormwind. Lost. Am I close? Nope. Preach that Odaw was bad. I think Stormwind is. Okay, I'm gonna get there though, guys. Don't worry. I'm getting to the barber. My boy will be. Oh, wait a minute. No. Oh! There's like a barber thing here. Okay. Oh. Kayleen looking like a wicked witch of the West. Okay. Barber.
Hi, how are you?
Oh my lord.
Be seeing you.
Okay. Oh, I get into a chair? Okay, okay. Headdress, ears, chest strap. Ooh, clothes. Maybe we should go nun, chat. Maybe we take it off. He's just not gonna have it, okay? So like this. Easy fix. None. He's now an absolute hoe. Chat. He marked your map. Chat. She walked right by it. Chat. Oh. Oh. I can change the color? Okay, wait a minute. Excuse me. Underclothes color. Yeah, but the rest are like... oranges and yellows and browns. This is like color of caca. This is poop. Caca. Let's try this. Let's what's body scales? What is that? Cinder. Oh, right. I kept my boy scale free. Except that looks moderately better, I think. The yellow, though, is now, I don't know. It's now clashing with the bottom. Okay, you know what? I'm going to take it off for now. I'm going to take it off for now, and I'm going to change it back to the blue that it was before. Or this one. No, that's terrible. What am I doing? Ugh, I hate gold. I'm like, I just want my white underpants. Okay, you know what? We're gonna maybe if I add scales, he'll be like less hoe looking. Cause it's like a scale shirt. That's just ridiculous. Okay. You know what though? Oh. It's like this is like an arrow that says here. Okay. You know what? This is how we're rolling. He has a shirt on of scales. Maybe there's a different style of underwear. Underwear bottom. No. Nope, we're doing this. We're doing this, okay? He's gonna wear a shirt, but it's gonna be a shirt of scales. I wasn't gonna go full scaly in this game. It's happening now, okay? You were here, chat. This is... Anyway, well, you know what? At least he has something kind of covering his body. Right? Right? Now, like, he's, like, covered now. Blizzard hasn't done a good job at showing new players how to navigate through current WoW. It can be overwhelming at times. Yeah. Also, Brandon, full disclosure, I'm a kind of shitty gamer, right? Like, not kind of, I am. I'm okay in some games that I know well, but I get lost all the time, and like, how many hours did it take me to beat Tree Sentinel? Like 2 hours? Anyway, I'm not great. I get lost all the time. And he was named Horleon. Excuse me. It's Shelzerion. Okay. He looks fine, however you like him. You do you. Thanks, math teacher Josh. Covered the same way pasties cover. Exactly. You know it. I know it. Everyone knows it. Look, okay? As much as Asmongold was memeing on the people who wanted scalies, they got me, okay? Okay, I'm sorry. But sometimes that's what you need in a game if you want to get people like me. But maybe you guys don't want to have people like me in the game, in which case, you know, that's fine. That's fine. But, you know, now I'm here. Rebroadcast Discord. Does someone want to join my Discord? Is anyone interested? I'm a ghostwriter. Well, ex-ghostwriter, because I'm writing for myself now. I do a little bit of YouTube. We have a fairly chill Discord. Is anyone interested in joining? If not, I won't repost it. But let me know if you are, and then I'll repost it. But yeah, maybe at some point I will figure out how to make my boy look like he doesn't have hair all over his body. One day I'll get there. I actually don't like hair on my characters' bodies, but we're gonna live with this for now as an option for shirt. Okay, so next thing I want to kind of check out before I leave this area is something called, it's called like it's some sort of event that's happening right now. They're called Burning Blossoms. So a Midsummer Fire Festival. So I should go to I should ask for directions. There's a lot of people with question marks above their head, and it's like, I'm scared to click on them. You know what I mean? Okay, there's an innkeeper here, so I know where to rest for the night. City guard. Does the city guard know?
Well met.
Trading post, transmog, lore walking, points of interest. Would that be under there? Other continents, professional trainer, stable master vendor. Points of interest? Champions Hall, Deep Run Tram. Nope.
Light bless you.
They're just in different pages of the menu. Yeah, I'll settle for this for now. You should learn your portal spell for it. Okay, let's look at my spells one more time. Oops, wrong one. Counterspell, invisibility. Am I missing anyone? I don't think I am. Time warp at 49. Touch of the Magi. That one says I haven't got it on my bar, so I'm just gonna throw it here. Don't know. General. Sore is a racial. Probably should put it somewhere. Discerning eye. Recuperate. That's not on my bar. Should I have recuperate? Or put it down here. Commoners give the holiday quest. Like always, if there's a holiday, commoners will appear celebrating around the city and give you a quest to go visit the festival. Portal trainers. Okay, so I should just run down to any commoner. Where were the commoners? I feel like they were everywhere here. Until they are suddenly not. What's this one?
What can I do for you? Have a good one.
Oh. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Did you put this marker on the person?
Hello.
Thank you, Shay. Go now and learn.
See you later.
Okay. Okay. Oh, we get to ride a lovely dragon. Okay, so let's see the map here. Where is this thing? Not that. Nope. 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 Where? Speak to the festival lore master in any alliance capital. It's the festival lore master. Is it down here? Oh, I think it's down here. Playing with fire. Master of Summer lore? I think it's over here. In the Mage Quarter. Near the trading post. No, I don't know. Okay, where's the trading post? Is it in the trade district? How do I escape my dragon? Ah! Uh-oh. I'm trapped in someone's mount.
How are you? Safe travels.
Yeah. How do I get out of the mount? Bottom middle, there's a red arrow. Oh my gosh, Brandon, you're a lifesaver. Holy crap. Okay. I shall strike out. Actually, no. You know what? I can fly. Fuck this shit. I'm not trying to navigate these streets. Are you kidding me? Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna go over to where I saw the group of people. Yeah. Here we go. I got it. Okay. Master Fire Eater.
What can I do for you?
Torch tossing. Playing with fire. Complete quest. I'll leave that for now. The Master Flame Wardens.
Off with you.
Complete quest.
Watch your back.
Yeah, sure. I'll do that one. Now there could probably... Oh, there's a transmogrifier here. Is there a trade post? Oh, here's a trade post. Okay.
Hail to you, adventurer.
Port.
Now don't you be gone too long. We'll be seeing you soon.
Okay.
Come back again.
Alright. Well, that was nice. So where's the stuff with the currency? Probably over here, maybe? No. Earthen Ring. Midsummer Celebrant. I'm just gonna click on this person. Oh, sure. I may have just accepted something that I shouldn't accept. But I did it anyways.
What's on your mind?
Okay, where
Off with you.
can I see what I can get with it? Open the chest for, I think, your monthly first-time reward. What? Yep. Wow. Loot box in my game. Oh boy, daily holiday quests, sarcastic enthusiasm. Yeah, don't get into this deck. Save yourself. Wow, I've not done the Fire Festival in 15 years. I should check it out again. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna click on this girl.
Tis a good day for a bit of buying.
What are you should I be doing this, Belle? You know what? I will exit out. Let's save Sim a lot of pain here. Don't look at this, Sim. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Okay, so we got Cold Flame. Pretty cool looking two-headed dragon. That's actually... Wait a minute. A dragon riding a dragon. Is this humane? I don't know. Is this, Oh, look at that. The hoe is here. Non-hoe? Hoe. Okay. Anyway, let's stop. Oh, yikes. That's scary. I'm sorry, people. For any of you who love this, oh, that's kind of cute, actually. Oh, no. Oh, no, guys. That is kind of adorable. What is with this FOMO stuff? Holy crap. 1 day. You only have 1 day. Scary. No. Guys, what's more gay? My boy or the gun that he's holding? Okay, let's see here. Prowler brick headgear. Brick gold cape. Okay, I kind of like that the cape is broken in the back so then you can see his scales. But I hate the color red. If they had dyeing, I'd be over the moon. Do they have dyes? I'm speechless. Let's keep going. Oh my... I'm like Lacey Tron. Holy shit, I'm like coughing over here. Ben, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this? Just cast your eye quickly on this. Just cast it. There's no dies. Wow. Okay. Well, that's sad. Ben. 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 What is that? This is... I have a sense that this is for a female body. What do you guys think? I feel like this would be better on a female, right? I think so. That's scary. That is so scary. I don't get this. I am not one of those people who is like, oh yes, please gender unlock everything. Like some things you just don't put on your boy. You know what I mean? Anyway, okay. So that's that. But I was kind of curious where...
Here when you need me.
He's the sixth man in the YMCA, so I'm kidding. Okay, so how does one buy shit from the... How do you buy shit from the... Okay. Yeah, I bet girls have the best transmog as per usual. Guys get shafted all the time. I just don't know why, but they do. Is it the stable keeper? No. Oh, these are the mounts. Oh, no. I don't know. Okay. I do like the goat, though. I'm not gonna lie. I do like that goat. Trading post. Every month you get a free pet or mount for getting enough trading post quests done. There's a trading post quest.
Welcome. Don't be shy now. May the seas be kind to you, friend.
What is a trading post? Anyway. Okay, so setting aside trading post quests. I wouldn't even know where to get it. My next question is, where does one turn in the blossoms? Does anyone here know? They're in the adventuring guide on your menu at the bottom. Okay, let's see. Adventuring guide. Adventuring guide. Okay. Okay, so that's the trading post shit. Interesting. This is, I suppose, how they get you. This is where Sim used to live his whole life. Okay. Thank you. I told you earlier. Midsummer vendor or something should be there close by. Yeah.
Be careful.
No. Never paid attention to those tasks. I played so much I would get it done by the end of the month without thinking about it. Wow. Impressive. Yeah, I don't see any... But you know what, guys? Given my track record for not seeing shit, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that I can't find the vendor. I'm gonna be real. I'm pretty hopeless. Or do I have to do this one? And he is the vendor.
See you around.
Ooh. What am I doing? Oh no. Fail's first quest. Yep, I failed it. Wait a minute. Wait a minute! Wow. I can't even do a normal quest. Epic fail. Oh, what? What? Oh, I think I know now. Nope. Nope. Is everyone laughing? I hope everyone's having a phenomenal time. I hope everyone is enjoying themselves this evening. Strummer Fail, brought to you by Chieko. How do I survive this game? I don't even know. Okay. Did I actually do this? Okay.
Good one.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no.
For the Alliance. See you later.
What am I supposed to be doing? Does anyone... Okay. I'm stopping right here, right now. in which Strummer has no clue. I just read something and I have no idea.
May the light embrace you.
Greetings. See you around. Be careful.
It helps if you use hotkeys instead of mouse clicking the ability to start it. I tuned right when Strum is over. She should ask a guard for portal trainer. Okay, Shay found the vendor. That Bamf Shay. Okay, let's see. Because I might not even want anything, honestly. Wow, way over here around the corner. Okay.
What's
Okay.
on your mind?
Okay, do I even want to do this? Okay, like this is, wow, this is a lot. This is a lot. Binds to the warband. Can I try this on? No. Yes? No. Can I try it on? Control click to preview. Okay, thank you. Oh my good giddy aunt. I'm so glad. I am so happy. This looks so golden and scary. I would never want to wear that. Okay. I'm safe. What in the world is with the gold? Why? Okay, let's... Cozy bonfire. A toy. Okay, don't know what toys are. Feel free to let me know what they are. Flaming ring of flashiness. Okay. Pie. Armor casing. Don't know. Upgrade in heirloom armor. Okay. So that's like upgrades for something. Sandals. Dancing shoes. Okay, you know what? I can actually walk away from here and feel like I'm not missing anything. Phew. Toys are fun little gadgets. Some are used for quests as well. Okay. All right. I will go get Portal. Maybe I'll come back for some toys. Maybe I'll get some toys maybe. Okay, Portal. So how do we do portal training? There's a dungeon. Oh. Okay, okay. I go up here. People are probably... Like, if people tuned into the stream, they'd probably be like, what the fuck is actually going on? Okay. Okay. Alright. Portal training. Master Mage?
King's honor, friend.
Arcane momentum technique? Portal trainer NPC. Okay, let me see. Let me see. Jania? This lady?
King's honor, friend.
Okay. Delarin, Darnassus, Exodar, Ironforge, Stormwind? Is that what I would want? I'm sorry if I'm asking something kind of stupid, but is that what I would want? Like a Stormwind teleport? Wait 1 second. Apologies. Learn them all. Yeah, get them all. Gotta get them all. Okay. So, I'll train. Do I have enough money for it? Okay, I'll start at the top. Well, maybe... I turned everyone into corgis on my screen. That's okay. That's alright. There's just some, like, kind of... how much money do I have, actually? I should be okay, right? Maybe not. Currency. That's not helpful. Oh, right there. 1,300. Okay, so Borealis. I'll learn that. I didn't start the mage quest like normal, Brandon. So I don't know if I can go there. Okay, I'll learn Exodar though, and Darnassus. I'll do all of these first, because they're like no-brainer, because they're just like silver. Right? I thought I'd learned Stormwind. What's the difference between that and... Okay, well, whatever. I'll do that. Shatrath, no issue. I got like 1,000 gold, so... we'll just go running down this hill. Teleports are to teleport yourself, and portals are for making them for others. Teleports just for you. Portals let other people in your group. Oh. Oh, dear me. Oh. Can I just get all of them? I'm just gonna go for YOLO. I'm just YOLOing, guys. This says I need level 52, 58. You know what? I'm just gonna do some of these down here. Does anyone in here have less access to some areas than Chieko? Let's YOLO. YOLO, YOLO, YOLO. Yeah. I'm glowing. It actually won't let me pick these up because they're too high for me. So it won't let me train in them. RIP. But I will come back because I know it now. Okay. All right. I now know as much as I can know. I have all the portals. I have all of the everything. Except for the part now where I may not... Let's see here. Is it going to be under spell? Portal. And teleport. Oh boy. Things are gonna get tight in here. I don't have room for slow fall. You know what? I can take off this. It's not like I'm using it. I'll put slow fall over here. Like that. Try it out to teleport to Stormwind. Do I know how to get out an additional action bar? Edit mode? There's an action bar 3. Action bar settings. Action bar 4. Hoo, hoo, hoo. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it on my own. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Okay. Let's see. You know what? I kind of like it over there. Yeah, I can live with that. Yeah, I can live with it over there. So what I'll do is I'll go like this. Put my food bullshit here. Then I'll put my teleporting and portals over here. Soaring, invisibility, visage, slow fall. And then and then I could put my less necessary stuff up here, more necessary stuff up there. I did it. It's almost 3 a.m. Is it? What? No. Oh shit. Maybe Hearth before you log out if you want to use it again when you log back in and go questing. Oh. Hearth. Okay. Okay. I think I know how to do this. I can put Hearth there. I'm using a Hearthstone. Yep. So I don't know how to say this, but I have played far too long. I want to say thank you very much to okay, wait a minute. I think I can just leave here. Exit game. So anyway, I just want to say thank you to everyone for really hanging out with me. You guys really cheered me up. You guys don't know how much you cheered me up. I've been really stuck in my head these past few weeks just because I have so much to do. But between Ben cheering me up the other day and all of you guys, it's been really great. I think maybe I just have to relax and play a game. Kind of helps me not think about other things. And maybe listening to music helps as well. But anyway, I really appreciate everyone for hanging out, even though I was doing some really low-key stuff. But what is going to be the plan for this week? So if I stream again, it will probably be, I'm going to be honest with you, it will probably be next Sunday. If I'm free before then, I will let you guys know, but I'm going to be honest, I probably will be spending time with my sister and her boyfriend who came to visit her. So this week I probably won't be doing any midweek stream, but maybe next Sunday I will. And it will just be, you know, writing and film and stuff reacts. If I stream again during the midweek, I can't promise it will be WoW. We'll see. We'll see what my nights are like. I have some other games I'm playing. So, yeah. So we'll see. But thirsty on main, yeah. Yeah. But yes, party probably molded all the way to bed. I'm scared to go out there, but I gotta go to the washroom. Porters acquired, perfect time. Yeah. Yep, she's a fast learner. She's got it. I feel like I'm a really slow learner. I'm going to be honest, Brandon, but thank you for your kind words. So yeah, I have some videos that I got to make up for Final Fantasy XIV. I'm going to do a bit of a little review of my stuff from Elwyn all the way to, I'm not sure. I want to talk a little bit about my little adventures in the open world. I don't know when I'm going to get around to making those videos. I'm going to be honest, but I will try to be diligent. I said yes to my boss so now I might be making a course for To Kill a Mockingbird. So, but it's extra money and I kind of would like that extra money. So anyway, long story short, I'm picking up some extra work. I might regret it, but from Elwyn to El Shirtless. Yeah, I mean, you know me and my cat boy. I love me some shirtless men. But anyway, once again, thanks everyone for coming. I will try to plan another WoW night if you guys would like. Let me know in Discord if you really did enjoy it. If like legitimately, if you did, then I'll consider doing another WoW night. I just feel like it's kind of really low level, kind of not super exciting stuff. But anyway, but yeah. Anyway, thanks everyone, and I really appreciate you hanging out and cheering me up and stuff. And I really hope all of you have a lovely rest of your week. And I will see everyone soonish, hopefully. Anyway, see ya. Bye.